Let's get to jump right into this co-working session. You are watching Arctic Rob. It's Sunday. It's actually Father's Day today. And just a reminder, if you're watching this VOD, it's going to be messy. It's going to be all over. It's casual. It's ranty. It's not focused. Go watch something else if you want polished content. Okay, so standard disclaimer. We left off figuring out pretty much everything we want to do with logging into this environment, this homegrown environment, running its own root CA and keycloak with Kubernetes. And what we're trying to do is make it easier for the user instead of having to log in, and go to some website and copy a token or something like that. We're trying to make it so that they can use grant type password and then use it as a plugin. Now, I've decided to go ahead and make this as a plugin instead of as a standalone Golang application, but the definition of a plugin for Kubernetes is just something that runs in the path that kubectl can see. So what I mean by that is this. So let's actually, first of all, maybe make it so that we can actually use it as a kubectl thing. So kubectl it's got a K command script created. It's an alternative, so I can do that. So we get K plugin. I wonder. List all available plugins. K plugin. It's a for with plugins. K plugin list. Unable to find anything in your path. Okay, so there's no plugins. In order for it to be a plugin, it has to be named kubectl dash in front of it. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, take a look at our path. I used to have an alias for this. I mean, why isn't it doing it? I can't remember my alias. I can never remember it. Oh, it has to be print. I feel dumb because I had it right the first time. Gosh dang it. I have to memorize this again. I used to be able to just type it in. Now I can't. That's a problem. There, that's it. That's all it is. Damn it. Okay, remember that. So we'll just put it in user local bin when we do our make. Actually, let's try something. Let's say, I think it's actually set to go there by default. Yeah, so if I do go install, where does it put klogin? User local bin. Yep. Okay, good. So plugin list, trying to find it, can't find it. Now, if we change the name of this to be, I mean, we're just doing this in the root directory, so we can move. Let's move. I mean, that's not a good idea anyway, but we're just doing development, so it's fine. So we say make dir. I don't think there's going to be any package stuff. This is just going to be a binary only, so we can make it a top level binary instead of putting it like in a command subdirectory. So let's just go ahead and make one. kubectl login. And move everything in here. Now we have a directory. And we do go install. I just have it'll put it in there. K plugins should list it now. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, it's still building it as klogin. Oh, because it's the package name. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, so it doesn't matter what's the directory name so long as that's the package name. Oh, no. That's defined in go.mod. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so the directory can be different. That they usually sync, but they don't have to sync. I forgot about that. kubectl, okay, login. Now it should work. The problem is that all the other packages are going to fail. So you remember that thing about changing something in line that we did the other day? Mm-hmm. Oops. Let's do... Huh. Yeah, okay. I guess we're good. Just had to be in Go mod. Okay, well. My Go is rusty, obviously. So I do kubectl tab. There's a dash login, and I can run it. And it'll do its thing. I'm working on Father's Day, yeah. Yep. I'm actually doing some stuff I want to do, though. All right, so we've got... we've got this down. Now what I can do is this. I can do k plugin list, and it'll say, hey, there's your plugin. And I should be able to actually complete using it. Yeah, see how it says login? The command login is a plugin installed by the user. So I can do that. So that is it does do completion and it sees it, right? So that's what we want. And what we want to have happen is when someone types login, we want them to just log in to the system and have it work, right? So that's the first thing we're going to make. We're going to make it so it logs into the server and it updates. It's going to link it to the hard-coded client ID. We're not going to have to provide that. And it's going to, that's hard-coded. We don't need the CA anymore because we're going to assume it's on the system. And we're going to use IADC to get the provider. We're not going to use own CA anymore. I told you that already. So, and I mean, we could, but we're not going to. So then we've got our issuer, our URL, that's in there. We're going to prompt it for username and password. If they need it, actually, we're always going to prompt it for the username and password. What we could do is we could grab the username and password from an environment variable, I guess. I mean, it's no less secure than putting an SSH key on your system. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. How you doing? So we're going to grab the environment variable, and then people can decide. I shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. We should read it from 3 places. We should read it from dot cube user cube users I pass what should we have override everything though? Should we have the environment variable cube env yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I don't know if anybody's going to want to keep that. You can always take that code out if you want, but I'm going to go ahead and leave it in. Seriously, having an environment variable or a username and password to log into Kubernetes in a file is no less secure than having an SSH key in without a passphrase. So I don't see why that would be a big deal. If you're using this kind of authentication. I'm just going to leave the code in anyway. I'll just No, I'm not. I don't want to do that. I could do that, but I don't want to do that. The fear I have by supporting an environment variable is someone's going to put their password in their bash RC. Because they're idiots. Yeah. So yeah, let's do, we'll prompt. We'll set the client provider. Yeah, here's a new provider. Actually, this code needs to be captured. I don't know if I'm going to need all that code. I do kind of wish I could. I might put this in here. And put it in my README. Because I'm going to be removing code that I want to keep for later for lab. I think I have it already. I reached out until I said go. Insert pool, say sort of pen search from PM. Transport. Client transport. Right. And then I think you can just put go here. Mm-hmm. More for 3. All right. Then we can delete this now. We don't need this. We don't have a CA. Set client provider. We really don't need that. We could, well, we need it because we're going to call it from different subroutines, I guess, so we kind of do need it. Yeah, hi. This is going. Grad password auth. Yep. That's it. That's all we need. Token equals new auth token. Return token nil. Let's do this. Let's say we actually should probably do that like more than once. We don't even need that. We don't. We can put that all in here. We don't need to factor it out yet. Grant password auth. You know what, we could do this. We could say URL. Yeah, let's do that. That's even better. The reason being is because this can be actually reused a lot. That's why I'm factoring this up, because I want to be able to reuse this for other things. So, yeah. In fact, I can write a test case for that even. Yep. I'm trying to refactor this code so I can actually take this out and reuse it for other code that needs to do grab password auth. We could call it grant OIDC password. That's a long name, but still good. Yeah, I'm gonna mess with this a little bit. I've probably broken some bunch of stuff, so that's fine. I'm breaking stuff on purpose. I'm thinking about how to factor this out to its absolute minimum, so I can reuse it. I'm gonna put this into internal. DAF. Is it set up now? Damn, I can't do it because there's bugs. Yeah, I got bugs in my code somewhere. Because I've been messing with it. No, require module provides. Oh, right. I actually don't know if we're going to do that. I don't think we're going to do that. I don't need it. I don't need anything there. I don't need the refresh token or anything. So that is left over. They can go away. Yeah. All right. So, yep. Let's get it so it's to the point where I can move it. Yeah. We're going to put this whole entire function into its own thing. DAF. Delete the whole function. That's what I just did. And internal. Paste. Oh my god, this is so much better. So, how's Golang? Oh, I love Golang. I've been using it since 2016 or so. 2014, 15, 16, something like that. OIDC, password. You're supposed to start functions or documentation with the name of it and go. It's the style. Say user and returns an auth token. Now, actually, I am not going to return an auth token. I'm trying to decide whether I should return an auth token or just a map. Because a map string any, yeah. Yep. The problem with token is that it's not, we should actually not call this token. We should call it auth response. Yeah, what's that? That's way better. Yeah, because it could be more generic. I'm doing this on purpose because I want to build this into a reusable thing. This is going to be, yeah. Auth response captures the JSON key value pairs returned from any REST query. For example, um, allowing all values from that API response to be captured without needing to be specifically marshaled from being marshaled from a specific struct. See, I could actually pick and choose. I could actually get the actual thing out of there and not need it. We could actually just call this REST response. Yeah. RESP. I'm not beyond that. You're new to Go. What a typical structure is. Service controller. How is it? Yeah, I'm doing coworking right now, so maybe we'll take a break. I can try to talk to you a little bit about that. RS captures the JSON. Captures REST JSON responses as a simple key value pair map. Allowing all values from that API response to be flexibly captured without needing to be marshaled into a specific struct. That's it. REST implements the FFT stringer interface as a JSON. All right, so I see this is the part of the API design where I get to be kind of like pedantic because it's going to get reused a lot, right? So you have to ask yourself, what really is that thing? I have a feeling that this new type within our common library is going to be used a lot. So, yeah. Now, strictly speaking, a REST response could be an array, right? Note that REST APIs that return maps, that return lists, are not supported. Yeah. Implements the FFT stringer interface as JSON, returning null, a valid JSON value. If anything goes wrong during the Marshalling. Isn't that how you spell marshaled? Yeah, it is. Marshaled. All right. Is this wrong? Nope. Okay. All right. Get OIDC pass auth. Grant OIDC pass auth. I always like to start with verbs. Yeah. Password authentication. So we need to provide the issuer URL. The username and the password. Yep. Well, what should we do first? Should we do the URL last? Okay. Rents and OIDC. Forgot the name of it again. OIDC set up for Kubernetes key login to. That's old. All those are old. They are old. I think I put it in my thing here though. Where is it? I'm looking for the proper name for the authentication thing flow again. I lost track of it. I need to get that into somewhere. Connect authenticators. Yep. Authors. OIDC. You're just on a flow with OIDC. Yeah. That's what I was looking for. I need to make a bit about this too. Yep. OAuth RO it's called. Resource owner flow, password flow. Yep. I had to write about this too. Resource OIDC owner password flow. ROPF. Grant type equals password. Yeah. I need to write about this because it's very misunderstood out there and demonized, and I keep having to explain that to people, and I'm tired of it. This is important. Okay, so the resource owner password flow is used by highly trusted applications to provide active authentication. Unlike authorization code and implicit grants, this authentication mechanism does not redirect users to OAuth. It authenticates users with a single request, exchanging a password credentials for a token. The OIDC conformal pipeline affects the resource flow in the following. So, yep, the device parameter is only needed if requesting a refresh token. Yep. And you get post to OAuth token. The endpoint to correct is OAuth token. Is specific connection realm. The OIDC password grant is also supported. But it does not accept OAuth 2 specific parameters such as realm. Favorite color is no longer a valid scope. Oh, really? Device parameter is removed. It's interesting. It says legacy here. Yep. It gives you a bearer token. Was this information useful? Yes. All right. So this is the one that talks about it being deprecated. All good resources like the following. I'll say we can use OAuth 2 resource owner grant password, resource owner password type to essentially authenticate users via trusted apps. Boom, 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 boom. But I have a hard time understanding why we shouldn't use OAuth 2 resource owner password as essential proof of success. Yeah, that's worth putting in our resources here. Okay. I do actually, the reason I want to encapsulate this in a function is because I want to make another function that prompts the user to enter their token. So that we can have both flows supported in our API. Yeah, that is OpenID Connect specification. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Some reasons, see here we go. The reason owner password credentials grant type is used. Owner password credentials is used. It reduces overall risk of storing usernames and passwords by the client, but does not eliminate the need to expose highly privileged credentials to the client. This grant type carries a higher risk than other grant types because it maintains the password anti-pattern this protocol seeks to avoid. Having users type in their passwords is generally anti-pattern because they can be intercepted by the application that's using it if you don't trust the application. In our case, we do. The client could abuse the password there. That's the client being the binary that's, taking in the password, or the website, or unintentionally disclose the attacker log file, blah, blah, blah. But because this resource owner does not have control over the authorization process, the resource owner's involvement ends in the hands of the credentials. So the only time you would use this is if something else is taking care of the security of the provided password. And that's what we have if you have an LDAP system, an old one. So regards to the grant type is not an authentication protocol. OpenID Connect is an authentication protocol built on top of OAuth 2. Yep. All right. Okay, so that's it. What I was looking for was the of both. The basis of the username and password identifier is an anti-pattern is almost entirely built on the risk of the client front end binary being untrusted. This argument collapses when that control is guaranteed. Anyway, how you doing, Axel? Alaxel? She's, yeah. Yeah. All right, so back to where we were. All right, grant type equals password. I wanted to, yeah, what is it? Owner password control, resource owner password control. Is that what it's called? That's why I did that. Resource owner password flow. There we go. Ransom OIDC. Vacation token within using the OIDC token suitable for logging into Kubernetes by making an OIDC resource owner password flow request. The token is returned along with the other response data as a map string, any RSP. There we go. Yeah, I don't think we need to pass in client secret, but we can. I mean, if we're going to make this a standalone function, we should pass it in if we're going to make it functional. Yeah. We should get we need the issuer, we need the client ID, and the client ID password in case they've set their URLs, their users to private, which I doubt, but there's actually two bits of information there. There's the client ID, and then there's the, yeah. I think we need to pass in an issuer. Yeah, we do. I'm going to have to make my own type here. This is where I was trying to use the types that are provided, but they suck. Yeah. Strictly speaking, we have a type here. The type that we have is actually an app. right? Now, this is where the object-oriented decision starts to come in, right? So I'm pausing because I could actually do a couple things here. Rather than have it be hard-coded here, I can make client ID and client. I can make those things properties of an object, and then that object can make multiple requests without having to go look it up and have it not be a thing. Hey, OOP. So if I do that, then this client ID here is going to be associated with an app, right? So what we really have is an app or a client. We have an OIDC client is what we have. But we already have, there's already a Go OIDC client. We use it right here, right? I'm trying to figure out the best abstraction for this. If I go the functional route, I could put it here, right? Client ID, client secret. You know, user pass URL. ID, CID, CSEC. I mean, that's really all you need for a standard request. And the cool thing about that is there's nothing that we have to instantiate to do that. You just call it, and you just get a response, you're good to go. There's never anything else that has to be passed into an OIDC password authentication request. That's it. That's the only thing. So it's kind of a turnkey sort of thing, right? And it's not like you're going to reuse it. If you want to reuse it, just call it again. It's going to have to instantiate a new HTTP client. It's not like caching the client's going to do anything. I think we're going to go functional in this case. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's like right on the border of needing. It's got so many arguments to it that, you know, it's kind of like right on the border of needing to put your arguments into a struct and pass them that way. But I'm really focused. I want this to have longevity. I don't want it to be something that, you know, has to be done all the time. I want somebody to be able to do DAF and grab this function and just know they got everything they need to get a token. Boom. You know what I mean? That's what's so great about functional programming. It's also going to be a lot easier to test because I can emulate it. Now, if I do it any other way, then I have to instantiate the arguments as a struct and blah, 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 blah. It does mean that, you know, if there's the secret, what I want to know is if I pass the secret, if it's gonna balk on that. I don't think it will. CID. It's just so straightforward. I just love it. I love it. I want to keep this because it's so stinking easy. Provider.endpoint. Okay, so we do have to go get the provider. We have to instantiate the provider and go discover the URL that we need. So that is something I wasn't doing before. I'm really glad we're going to do that. Where's my new provider stuff? I need to get that. I'm going to hard code the provider stuff in here. Oh, I'm feeling much better about this. There we go. Set client provider. Yeah. And stuff. New provider. Yeah, let's do this. So we can put this down here. This stuff is all can all be embedded because we don't need it. Yeah. Set client provider, I don't need that. I can just do new provider. I don't need that. Get rid of all that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. This is going to be so clean. I love it. Client. So we need to get an HTTP client to do the provider thing. And that's fine. CTX equals OIDC client context client. New IDC provider equals issuer URL. This is just say provider equals OIDC new provider context. And then we just say URL. If we don't have a provider, what is going to happen? It's not going to compile right now. I got some problem. Oh, maybe no. Wait, what? Am I not doing this right? All right, so this is good. This is good. Provider. I don't like big long things. Provider.endpoint token URL. Yep. All right. We go grab that. We convert the parameters, the output parameters to, we encode those parameters up. Strings that new reader. Parameters encode. What the hell is this? I want to do that conversion up earlier here. New reader. What does this take? What does new request take? It takes an IO reader. Oh. All right. I am the king of like making stuff like this, and people can. I just like to make it easier to read. Make code easy to read first, then optimize it. In my opinion. All right, so P reader. We can do this now. Actually, no, we need the request later, so we can't. Otherwise, we could encapsulate it. We could wrap that. Header, set the content type. And go ahead and do the request, grab it. Deal with the possible errors. Go increase. Increased 18K. Yeah, that was a no-brainer, though. Yeah. The crazy thing is I could probably make another 100K. I'm making good money right now. I'm making pretty good money. But I could probably make another 100K as a full-time Go programmer for middleware, for enterprise middleware, as a platform engineer. Yeah, I'm not looking. I'm not shopping around for another job. I love my team. If you get a good team and your salary is enough for you to live on, I am not greedy. I don't need more money. I would rather have a great team. There's a chance that if I were to go try to work for a different team, that I would end up on a totally shitty team with a horrible manager making triple the salary. But I'm making good money, so I don't need to. Especially now, since I'm gonna ask my wife if it's official yet. I guess no. She needs to sign the paper. She applied for the job. She interviewed for the job. They took the job posting down. The only thing left is for her to actually sign the paper and saying, "Here's your first check." There, I said it. I gave it up. My wife is gonna get a new, very good job. Yeah, I'm so proud of her. It's about it. It's the only thing that. Oh, I shouldn't say anything. I'm not. She's gonna yell at me if she's watching this. She's gonna yell at me. I can't hold it anymore. You wish you listened to me earlier about the Go thing. Well, I mean, I've been wrong about stuff too. So you'd be in a better position. No shit. Okay, so I gotta calm down here. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you saying that you should have learned Go instead of Rust, and you would have been in a better position. But I may have said those things very loudly for the last 6 years to everyone I've known. Including, look, I was I was saying it to somebody that I helped get a position, right? And they were about Rust. They worked on Rust for like 8 months. I said, that's fine, okay, do what you want. I told him, I said, look, there's lots of Rust jobs in Germany if you want to go over there. And like, no. And so I see it. And he came to me one time and he said, you know, I just need to learn Go to get the job, right? And then I can still do Rust. I said, yeah, absolutely. Do whatever you want. And I wasn't forceful. I didn't push him. It was one of the people that I really respected and mentored. And I'm telling you, he produced a project in Go within a month after that, and got a job within a week after that. And guess what? That job had Rust coding in it too. If you want to get a job, learn Go. I've been saying that forever. Tools for my job. There's no official word on it, but I would never do it because it's really up in the air right now. That will become normal eventually, but right now, ethically, I don't need it. First of all, I don't need to do it because it's just stupid. I don't need to. If you need AI to write software, you don't know how to write software. I also don't look at other people's code to see what I should be doing because I know what I should be doing. Either that or I go out and I research it from trusted sources as opposed to some random source. That's the most. Trusting AI to write good code is like trusting Stack Exchange to give you the right answer at the top of the list every time. And we all know that because look, I'm just going to say it again. AI is based on popularity. So the more successful neural pathways that were created during, as far as I understand, the better it is. That means that the current versions of AI are big ass upvoting Quora and Stack Exchange machines. And they do a pretty damn good job at doing it because it's the most popular or the highest voted or something. But the criteria with which the successful, make a loop that does whatever are established are based on the popularity, how many total data points used this particular method. So I'm going to choose that and show it to you. I don't want the answer based on AI popularity. That's like saying, as I said again, that's like trusting the first most upvoted answer in Stack Exchange or Reddit. Why would you ever do that? The reason you don't want to do that is because the few people who actually do this every day for a job don't participate in Stack Exchange, number one. And if they did, they'd only have one vote. Junior developer who doesn't even know how to code Go and wants to fuck around in Stack Exchange for some reason because they have extra free time when they're not playing Fortnite has the same exact vote as somebody who's a 40-year veteran. And AI doesn't know the difference between those two. So it puts the most popular answer, which is why I would never allow it. If you want to have it get you some ideas about how to do things up front, or some of the stuff that's really easy and really common, people do it all the time, and you actually want the popular answer, then yeah, go for it. But my God, if you're going to trust that, or you're going to trust your enterprise to having AI write software, you're going to deserve what you get. That's all I have to say about that. And for most of the answers given are mediocre. Absolutely. AI is 75% correct. AI is a time saver. I agree. So it's tab completion, stuff like that. If it's a time saver, it's like make a web page for me, HTML tab, which you can do already in VS Code, then it's just a template, right? And I would actually rather have control of those templates. I don't want to use somebody else's popular template. But if it's going to, they're at best, they are, anytime you would go out to search Stack Exchange for how to do something, that's where AI fits in, right? It's going to take the place of the search engine. And it should take the place of the search engine, frankly. So, yeah, that's what I think. What I can't wait for, this doesn't exist yet. You guys know that I do this all the time, right? So what is the best way to start a Go program, right? So I am searching from the command line all the time, and I get text output. So the moment that I am going to be an overwhelming command line AI fanboy is when I can type from the command line, show me ChatGPT, make me a thing that does this and this and this, right? Because I'll be able to do that from within my code. I'll be able to write a query in here that says, hey, ChatGPT, let's say code me the beginning, a function or something. And I'll be able to go bang, bang and pass that to ChatGPT or something. And I'll be able to replace it with code that I want auto-generated. I definitely am going to use that. In fact, I might play with that today a little bit. I might play with that a little bit. Here, so searching Go documentation via terminal. Searching Go docs from the terminal? I don't need to. Just use regular search tools. You do that with Copilot. Cowork, Black Books. I know, there's tons of them. There's tons of them. Yep. Yeah, there's tons of them. So whether it's a template or it's not, that's, yeah. I already do all of that, by the way. People ask me all the time why I don't use code completion. It's because I already have it. It's built into Vim by default. Look, see that? There's all my documentation for that. I've typed Shift K. That's been in Vim for more than 25 years. Why do I need more than that? By the way, that works in as far back as into Vim, every version of Vim. So you don't need Lua, you don't need NeoVim for that. It's already there. You want to look at the documentation on this? Go as long as you get it right. It's a built-in. Why would you? I don't understand. People say they want more than that. I don't. If I want more completion than that, then I actually want to look it up from the command line because I'm going to cut and paste something from it. I'm going to say golang HTTP request header, and it's going to show me how to set up HTTP headers and HTTP requests. I'm going to scroll down Stack Exchange, and I'm going to get my thing, and I'm going to copy and paste this using nothing more than tmugs. People do not know how to do what I'm doing right now. They don't do it. If they knew how to, they wouldn't have to bother. Look at this. There's my code right there. Let's go grab this code. I don't need ChatGPT to do this. I just need tmux. I go back in here, push this in here, and now I'm cutting and pasting. I haven't left the terminal. Right? That is so fast to do that no amount of shitty tab completion that's insignificant. I want to be able to go to the different source code documents on the web and evaluate whether I want that code before I cut and paste it. The problem with all this other stuff is people keep trying to find shortcuts for stuff that there's already shortcuts for, but they just don't know about the other shortcuts. If they knew about text-based browsing from the command line, they might be a lot faster, but they don't do that. So they add some other plugin to their bloated VS Code that doesn't do quite what they want. I'm not that guy. I use text-based. Anyway. Yeah, thank you for the lurking. Oh, developer job, what should I do? Do the boost, first of all. And then learn how to code in Go. Learn to code in Bash, and then learn how to code in Go, and then learn Python. And learn some machine learning. That's the short answer. I guarantee you, if you learn all the basics of Linux terminal and the boost is not covering Go, no. We're going to introduce, why don't you go look at what the boost covers instead of asking me. The first thing you need to learn is how to answer your own questions, especially when there's an entire website dedicated to it. Why is there a week 8 there? I fail. I must have broken week 8. All right, so the link, skillstack.io. Again, you would know that if you did even like 2 seconds of research about my website or search for the commands or anything. I'm just giving you a hard time like I do all the people that I mentor, because these are questions you could have answered for yourself. And I have no problem answering them for you, but if you don't learn to answer questions for yourself, you're fucked. Don't even consider a tech career at all. And there's like lots of answers to the question you just asked that are like right in front of your face. I've had people ask me, what's the title of the stream before? And they say, well, I don't read titles. I'm like, okay. I'm sorry. I'm not attacking you. I just am attacking the idea of it. So, I mean, you mean it. Yes. What's the first thing you should learn? You should learn how to do learning, how to actually learn and do research and use the command line effectively. The most efficient human computer interface on the planet, and everybody thinks is not necessary. I think it's fucking stupid. I do. And I sit here and use it and watch all these mediocre people search with like, and I can search 20 times faster than them. And I'm not bragging. This is the facts. So, do what you want. Back to doing what I was doing. I didn't mean to rant. I probably need a break, don't I? Why is week 8 showing? It's not supposed to be showing. It's not supposed to be showing. Oh, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, that must be it. I think I actually did something wrong. I did. I think week 7 is probably wrong. Week 8 should be. First of all, this isn't even in week 8. I don't think. Is it? Is this week 8? I don't know if someone out there thought, oh my God, what an asshole. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm an asshole. But if I'm an asshole and you learn, I don't care if you think I'm an asshole. I don't care. I want you to be a better person. And sometimes being an asshole helps you be a better person. Just ask any boot camp sergeant. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to spit in your face and tell you you're a moron and you're dirt and you should do all that just to break you down. I'm not going to do that, but definitely going to help you out. All right. So I have a problem here because this should have been, see, there's all the stuff that we're going to learn and stuff we're not going to learn. I need to look up something here. Pages, yeah. I don't know why, but something is wrong with this, so I'm going to go push a new one. Oh, there we go. Get commit. Let's push that out there. Okay, so that should fix that. Back to the Go coding. I wish you learned Go a while back. Wish I'd stuck with it. I have no luck in web dev. I may have said that. I love web dev. I started out in web dev. The web dev world is glutted. It's totally glutted with bad boot camp people who come out and they've been told that they can get a job anywhere. I started saying that more than 2 years ago. I was saying the web development world is glutted. You know how else you can figure this out? Go to reliable sources of information like the Bureau of Labor Statistics, who pays people millions of dollars collectively to figure out what the world needs to learn and what people are hiring. And instead, they trust some jerk on the internet to tell them what they should learn instead of going to the actual statistics and doing the actual work to find out what people are learning. Cybersecurity analyst is growing. It's the fastest growing tech career on the planet right now. So, CS degree, that was just a waste of money, man. I'm so sorry to say it. A CS degree is a fucking waste of money unless you're trying to work for Google doing computer science. If you want to, I can guarantee you a job that makes over $150,000 a year your first year if you would have taken that money that you spent for a computer science degree, gotten a different degree, any degree from a community college, taken the difference in money and invested that in a home lab where you built your own Kubernetes cluster. I guarantee you I could get you an extra $100,000 to $200,000 more starting salary immediately if you had taken that money and used it for something besides going into perpetual debt that can never be forgiven because they voted it impossible to declare bankruptcy for student debt. Do not waste money on a computer science degree. That's all I have to say about that. Go to college. You still have to go to college. Unfortunately, you can't get a job in America, at least, unless you go to college. College is free in other countries. But here, you can't get a job unless you go to college. But they don't care about the college. And if you want to see all about this, go watch Adam Ruins College, where it's backed by statistics and analysis and a lot of like fun animations and role playing and all this stuff. Go watch that and then understand it. Unfortunately, it still matters what college you go to. It just doesn't matter what one it is. They don't even care about your major. They just want to make sure that you went to college. You can't get past HR unless you go to college. No matter how much IBM and Google and everybody try to convince the world and sign affidavits saying we don't need college degrees, just equivalent experience, yada, yada, yada. IBM created their own educational institution for this. It's called K through 16, and it teaches you 2 years, and then they place people mostly for the cybersecurity degrees. Breathe, Rob. Okay, I'm going to take a break. Since I kind of already did take a break, it's okay to focus more on the back end and only basically front end. If you... first of all, define back end and front end for me. You know, people use these. Okay, I have to walk away. I have to take a break. I'm going to take a quick little break. I'll be right back. But think about what I asked. Why do you keep defining the whole world of software and technology in terms of web development? Right? First of all, why did the web development world decide that anything that refers to an API is now a web API automatically? Can't even use the term API without some noob telling me, oh, do you mean like a REST or a GraphQL? No, I mean an API, an application programming interface. That word existed more than 3 decades before the web people ever took it. Same thing with front end. People keep saying front end. What does front end mean? Oh, I'm a front end user interface designer. Oh, you mean a web developer who knows React and React and all that shit? No, I mean a front end application developer. I develop front end user interfaces. Sometimes they're web, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're cute, sometimes they're GTK, sometimes they're whatever the hell. So the problem, okay, I'm going to calm down. I have to calm down. The reason that I'm frustrated is because the web world has fucked over technology, and they do it all the time. The web world has corrupted technology because we are so web-centric that everything is about the web. Not even that. For example, OAuth. OAuth is entirely web-centric. The standard flow is entirely web-centric. You have to have a web browser in order to do it. Technically, you don't. You can write a web. No, you have to have HTTP and you have to have a web regress. Otherwise, the client URL wouldn't have a redirect URL. You can't have a redirect URL without the web. So my complaint is that the web has fucked us over in terms of the tech industry. Okay, that's my complaint. It's fucked us over. It's fucked over the way we think about technology. It's fucked over how we deal with technology. It's fucked over our terminology. And the thing that really sucks the most about it is among technologists, and I will quote Linus Torvalds directly, web developers are not developers. That's his exact words. Now, I don't agree with that 100%, but the point he's trying to make is that there are so many shitty low bar web developers out there making horrible decisions like JSX and React and Facebook's shit that went down, and they had to be slapped their hands with by the Apache Foundation because they did the wrong, licensing and everything. These lower bar technologists, which is the web tech world in general, have decided the direction for technology in general. And so now you have a bunch of well-established engineers across the board who have to play the web tech game because they're louder and more obnoxious. This is why I hate Node people. And this is why they hate IOJS over a code of conduct. And then you have all of those people go into the Rust department. And now you have all these people saying Rust, Rust, Rust. And then 7 years later, they're like, oh my God, no, I was so wrong with Rust. They're so crazy. They're so stupid. Their governance board has no idea what they're doing. Yeah, because they're all web people. All right, I'm done. I got to take a break. All right, I'm back. Before I keep going on, I just want to apologize. I got really ranty there. I have a beverage now, and it's Father's Day. There's no reason to get that bent out of shape. But the reason that was set off is because that started when somebody that I care about in my chat came in and said, I should have listened to you. I should have learned Go like 2 years ago. I would maybe have a job now and I would have better prospects. And when I hear those words, I get very frustrated. And I don't get frustrated at the person. I'm not frustrated at them. I'm not frustrated at even the web in general. What I get really frustrated with, it causes me to like go drink or go for a bike ride or something, is when you can see, the waves forming. You can see that forming. You can see people that are going to get ready to be able to ride and be successful and stuff. And you do your very best to present a case to convince them of the technology they need to learn. And those people are bulldozed over by the internet, by bad information, popular information from the internet. And if you think about it, the most popular ideas very often are wrong. And a lot of times the ideas that first they call you crazy, then they whatever, then they torment you, then they accept you, then they applaud you, right? Or something. I can't remember. Somebody do that for me. That is where I get frustrated. The reason that I get ranty is because I personally, it's me ranting about my own frustration. I am frustrated about my failures as a mentor and as somebody who keeps tabs on this stuff, not as well as I have been in the past. I've been more head down at work, but I made it of my, mission in life to help people be ready to get jobs and to improve their circumstances and take themselves out of poverty. And the best way to do that is to get a tech job. Let's just be real. That's the best way to do it. Move to a socialist country in Europe or get a tech job, and so when I am unable to overcome the cacophony of mediocre bullshit that people get on the internet and from Twitch and from YouTube and Twitter and every place else, and that they listen to it. TJ Holowaychuk, one of the most famous developers of all time. Actually, the reason I learned Go, he was a big Node guy and I was a big Node guy in 2013. And then he switched over. He wrote Farewell to Node and he went to Go. It's completely self-taught. If you look at, he made Express, a bunch of really major things. Absolutely amazing human being, amazing technologist, does almost everything he does for free. Slightly brags all the time about making less than a junior salary, but he doesn't work for corporate America, and he's never had to take Silicon Valley venture capital. And this is the guy who made Express and a bunch of other really major things. I love him, but he has a quote, and his quote is, "The more likely you are to hear from someone," and it's funny because I've been saying this for years, "the less likely you are to want to listen to what they have to say." Because the people who market to you, the people who bulldoze you with shitty thumbnails and false enthusiasm and hyper edited videos so that they're very attractive and all that, believe it or not, those are the people that you actually don't want to listen to, because they're spending unless they're paying for a full production team to make all of that stuff, they're spending all of their time cultivating their perception and their presentation to you. And they're not spending that time the way they should have been evaluating Go versus Rust, for example. They may have 20 videos out about Rust and then 7 videos about how they were wrong about Rust the whole entire time. And they're all beautiful, right? But what you want to do is you want to find the actual engineers who are doing the work every day. And there are some of them out there, but they're very hard to find because they don't put stuff out there. This is why it's so important that you foster a professional learning network and you curate the members of that network. You find a person to trust and you look at their experience. And by the way, that is the part that creating a professional learning network is a substantial part of being a technologist. You can't do it. Some of the reasons that this Twitter shit is so dangerous, because Twitter has been a big part of the professional learning network. It's been a big part of establishing a professional learning network and, going about that. So when we're not going to do it till near the end, right? But you really, really need, Grow a Neckbeard, You really need to start fostering that professional learning network and curating it, and not just trusting the answers that are the most popular on the internet. As I said, those should be the ones addressed with the most cynicism. But if you follow specific individuals, specific people on Twitter, specific authors, specific people, a lot of them, frankly, are not going to do anything except for produce code in GitHub. And so you're going to go, they're too busy writing code than making some shitty thumbnail for a YouTube video, right? So what do you want to do with them? You want to learn how to go to GitHub, look at the code. Ben the Elder comes to mind, okay? Ben the Elder is one of the best Go programmers I have ever seen. He wrote the Kind application for which he got an award and a bunch of other stuff. Nobody even knows who he is, right? Because he doesn't produce videos. He doesn't even tweet. I'll tell you what he does do. He writes a lot of awesome Go code in the GitHub, but you would never know about him unless you had curated him and added him to your list of professional learning community. So I'm gonna hopefully this has helped you understand where my rantingness comes from, because it's a source of frustration, because I am failing to help people understand how to get answers to their questions about what they should do with their life and what they should learn. And I am apparently failing with helping convince other people about these techniques so that they can take care of themselves and be independent people. And on Father's Day, it's very appropriate that I talk about that, because that is very much something that I value as a father as well. I mean, I've tried my hardest with my kids as best I can. God knows I've failed so many ways, but that's one thing that I, like one of them is moving into streaming, and I've saved them tons of mistakes by sharing my experience with soundboards and stuff like that. So, that's where this is coming from. I don't want the frustration, anger, passion, and attack on the web tech and all that to be interpreted as I just hate all web developers. I want it to be interpreted as I'm frustrated because the web world tends to be louder than everybody else, and therefore they tend to influence the direction of technology more than other things, and they get the ear of CTOs and people like that, and our world is suffering because of it. And I lived through this many times. I lived through the browser wars. This is why I hate Mark Andreessen. Mark Andreessen catered to greed and corporate interests, and he ended up becoming, a billionaire philanthropist after fucking over the world of the internet to make a buck with Netscape and changing all internet standards and saying, I don't give a shit about your internet standards. People like that get the ear of other people because there's money involved, or at least they pitch that there's money involved, and then people listen to them, and then they go on about their business and they don't even give a shit about the damage that they have done. If you think about how far we were set back by the browser wars of the 90s, or by adopting object-oriented programming, which was one of the most horrible things. Even Brian Kentrill and I totally agree on this. It was one of the most horrible things that ever happened to the IT industry. And it was because there was a $500,000, advertising campaign, the biggest ever for Java, and the money and the flash and everything won over good technology decisions in good direction. And the people that are producing that stuff, Docker was a bunch of bullshit. It was really LXC, but nobody knew about LXC because the LXC team was too busy making LXC. I've talked about this before. My frustration is not against any single person. It's against the fact that good technologies and good directions for the world are not being heard because they don't have a voice. Because a lot of these people are like me, and they don't think that spending a second on marketing or streaming is worth their time. Right? They don't think it's worth their time. They would rather be coding. They'd rather be making a difference in the way that they feel that they can make a difference. They don't want to put their name out there. They definitely don't want to waste time on marketing. So their ideas, even though they're better than everything else, don't ever get heard. And that includes the ideas that are going to influence people's decisions about where they go with their career. And I mean, I go back and forth on this, but as you can see this week, I mean, my ass like physically hurts from sitting in this chair so much this week because I have been streaming so much, because I have been really, really feeling this a lot this week. I've been feeling like, damn, we got to help other people understand these things. And that means like, opening myself up to embarrassment while they watch me code stuff so that they can figure stuff out on their own, hopefully. All right, back to work, shall we? I told you this was messy. Yeah. We called by Docker saying we must pay for it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. We won't talk about Docker doing that. If you don't know about how come Docker is so broken, do the research. And again, that comes back to the boost. Do the research. Learn how to learn. Put the time in. And don't be intellectually lazy. Intellectually lazy, those are the people on your cubicle back when we had them. They would walk to the cubicle next to you and knock on the door and say, hey, how do I redirect standard air to standard out? Here, let me Google that for you. That exists because of these people. Don't be them. Be the ones that answer your own questions, okay? So back to the fun stuff, not the ranty, angry old guy stuff. You're not the ones who made me angry. Remember to stay calm and relax. Yeah, believe me, I know. You have any? Don't get mad, get busy. That is my mantra, and I fail to follow it all the time. That's why it's a mantra. Anytime you're going to get mad about something, reconsider and think about, where can I take all that anger and passion and frustration and put it into like doing something that's actually going to make a difference. Sometimes that means marketing a video or preparing a stream or entering tags on a Twitch URL. You know how annoying that is? It's super annoying, but I do it every day now because it's better than ranting for no reason, having nobody hear me. I would rather spend that time, instead of ranting, I spend that time, curating or whatever, preparing a nice title but that's a better use of my time, right? Because then there's a stream that people can help find, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, please, and I don't want people to be afraid of asking questions. They're going to send me off into like a rant. Some people do it on purpose. They deliberately try to get me to do this. Some of them are my friends, and they know that if they push the right buttons, that they're going to get a rant out of me. And some people like it. They say they watch the stream for the rants. I don't know what to say to that. L'chaim, or whatever they say. That's the Jewish one, right? I'm not Jewish, by the way. You gave a lot of valuable information, though. I'll take it. Okay, great. Thank you. Honestly, seriously, please ask questions. I encourage everybody to ask questions that they have already sort of tried to research on their own. But if you still don't know the answer, please, please, please don't be afraid to ask questions. And if there's one thing I think I've done better over the last 3 years, it used to be if you asked a question and there was an answer for it, I would rail you a new one. And people would go away and they would say, and I quote, it turns out you're the asshole everyone says you are. I had somebody say that once. And I've been fighting really hard to not have that be true. But asshole or not, at least I'm streaming. There's a lot of good engineers who aren't streaming because they would never be caught dead doing it, especially on a Father's Day. They just won't. They won't. They don't think it's worth their time, and I sometimes feel that way too. What are we doing? Let's actually get back to the point. We're making a single functional type function that returns rent type OID password and password grants, and we've got it getting the provider now, and we've got it writing the post now. This is really cool because we can actually write this. We can actually call this as a test case much easier than before. And we're going to unmarshal that token and return it. That's actually 100% done at this point. Let's make sure that all of the dependencies are there. And let's actually cd into internal for a second. Oh, whoops. No, I have to get the OIDC provider. That's right. Don't I? No, I already got that. Never mind. Oh, wait. That's CoreOS OIDC. Is there a version 2 of that? I think there might be. Security DevOps. Yeah, don't call it DevOps. Call it platform engineering. First suggestion. People still use DevOps, but cloud native, yeah. If you want to make money and you want a job immediately, learn all the stuff necessary to become somebody who works in cloud native, either as a developer or as an operations person. There's this, and I'm not even kidding. I have a recruiter. If you want to become a site reliability engineer, infrastructure engineer, platform engineer, I have a recruiter right now who's constantly looking for referrals, and there's nobody to send him because nobody's taking the time to learn it. And by the way, if you're going to college in computer science, you'll never learn it because they don't teach it. When's the last time you heard of college helping you set up a Kubernetes cluster? And if they do help you teach it, they're not going to look. I already talked about that. You go to computer science. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yesterday was the last exam at computer engineering college. Nice. And they didn't teach you shit, right? Okay, don't get mad, get busy. Don't get mad, get busy. The reason that I started SkillStack and took out all of my retirement money in 2013 was because nobody was teaching in my region the essential skills to getting jobs in the technology field. No college, no high school, nobody. And I was like, I'm not going to get mad. I'm going to do something about it. PLC, networking, same with many other things. Absolutely. Sad but true. What are the portfolio projects that I showcase on my server webpage, get a high paying contractor? Well, that's a great question. Something to cover in the boost. I'm not going to answer for you right now. To become a better dev, 100%. I'll finish beginner boost, then we can talk. Yeah. Look, finishing the beginner boost is not going to give you enough skills to get a job with my recruiter. The people that are going to get the actual jobs, okay, I'll just net it out for you. The people that are going to get the SRE and the Kubernetes jobs are the people who actually can prove they can do that work. How can you prove you can do that work? It's not a certificate. What is the single best way to prove that you can do Kubernetes administration and setup? Doing the work. And how do you do the work? You buy yourself a refurbished HPZ 640 with 58 cores and 256 gigabytes of RAM, and you learn how to provision the VMs on there. You learn how to run KVM on there, VerSH. You learn how to install Kubernetes. You learn how to run your own internal networking for your home network. And you have spending $3,000. I know I went out of that's a long one, right? Spending $3,000 on a home server is better per dollar than any college education you will ever fucking get. People have no problem dropping $3,000 on a gaming system for servers for this kind of thing. But if you spent that money and you took that money and you said, look, I want to put this money, I'm going to invest it in myself, and I'm going to buy an at-home server that I can provision however the hell I want without paying, fees to Amazon or GCP or any of these places or Azure. Those are services you probably eventually have to use. But by having your own server here and by being able to bring up virtual machines, as many as you want on there, and playing around with different subnets and networking and watching the packets between them, and then putting Kubernetes on there and then putting Podman over here and trying Containerd versus Creo, that laboratory that you're going to have, that $2,000 to $3,000 investment will go farther than any dollar you've ever spent for college ever. And people just don't hear this. Should we do that? That's my cluster talk someday in the podcast. Yeah. I think we should, Maluba. The CKA cert is look, I'm going to quote another person who hires hundreds of people inside the enterprise who's a member of our stream. I can't remember if it was Porsche, if it was Tani Farr or somebody else. And this is a person who directly hires people. And they said, we were talking about this one time, and they said, I would pay somebody running Kubernetes in their home personal lab on a PC, basically, over somebody with a CKA or any number of certifications any day. And that's exactly what they said. Because the person who is experimenting and learning at home and playing with this stuff is able to continue to do those kinds of things. First of all, they've proven they're an independent learner. They don't need somebody to get the piece of paper to prove that they know what they know. They're not dependent on some test environment to do all their certification because they have proven they know how to bring up their own environment in their own house. And now they can manage it, and they've demonstrated the passion to learning it and keeping their knowledge up to date. Who do you want to hire? The person who did the minimum and paid the money to get one certification that doesn't even cover everything, by the way. Do you see CNI covered in the Kubernetes certification? Fuck no. How about storage class providers? Are they provided in it? No. What else is not provided in the certification? Ingress setup, Istio. I could go on and on and on. Internal DNS debugging. How to handle an ARP storm within your Kubernetes cluster. There are so many things that are not covered by certifications and never will be. Some certifications are always going to be required because the government or whoever requires them, particularly in security. But if you're trying to get a job, the thing that produces the job for you is trust. And the thing that produces trust for you between you and your potential employer is boots on the ground experience. GitHub full of actual examples of your code and a lab diagram that you can happily and very excitedly talk about during your job interview about everything you set up to run your own Kubernetes cluster and how you wrote these applications over here and why you chose to flatten instead of using Helm. All of these things. None of those things are covered by any certification at all. And the only way you're ever going to get that knowledge is to set up your own home lab, invest in it, and get busy. That's it. All right. All I hear is facts. is because of developer these days only know web development, so less money, more people. Yeah. Ingress is an important thing to know. Yeah. You think? Wow, was that rage? It's not rage. It's not rage. It's passion. Can we say that? Can we agree to that? Is it increasing my blood pressure and making my heart, making me unhealthy and producing cortisol and fat and all that? Yeah, I probably shouldn't do it. But this is why I don't stream. And today it's Sunday, so I'm, at least I'm not ranting about Mormonism or some shit. Yeah, it's not rage. It's not rage. It's. I'm trying to get people to hear me. What is the takeaway? If you want a job, make a lab and learn this stuff and set up your own plan for learning it and then document the shit out of everything you're doing. How hard is that? I'll tell you what's hard. Nobody wants to do it. They want to buy the gym equipment, but they don't want to use the gym equipment. They want to go to the course and they want to get the thing that says they went to the course and then they want a job, but they don't want to do the work from the course that proves that you can do the job. It's just human nature. It's human nature. Yeah, time for me to shut up, huh? Go IDC, go get... Oh, wait. Go get issue. Oh, we're getting OAuth 2. Damn. How are we getting... It must be the dependency. It must be a... Yeah. What's going on here? We have a problem. We have a problem, Houston. GitHub mod. kubectl login. Go test. I've been messing something up. Oh, except they changed the names actually. I think. No, don't make a Kubernetes lab. Just make a lab, and then decide if you want to even use Kubernetes. You can play around with all the other alternatives to Kubernetes in there. Yeah. Me to read emotions. Sorry, I'm a software engineer. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Lots of fun activity in the chat today. It's kind of fun. Good practice to create one SSH key for application, for instance, for GitHub. That's a good question. I don't know. It depends on the application. That goes along with the question about whether you should add set up passphrases on your keys in SSH. There's like a wide variety, and people don't know about SSH agent to take care of your key logins and stuff like that. You'll find me in my home lab, especially being particularly lazy. So I have to always, say that when people are watching me on a coworking stream, because I'm doing things like setting my password to password and shit that you should never do in production. Worst fear is that somebody's going to see what I'm doing in my home lab and do that at home for a customer or something. That would be horrible. I generally have. I mean, it's not that hard to set up SSH keys, so I make them all the time. I'm probably guilty of making new ones all the time because it's just easier than going and getting the one that's there and moving it. That's probably true for me. Yep. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. We do need to prompt though. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's. We don't need HTTP client anymore. I don't think we need that. Do we? Do we need HTTP client? No, we don't need it anymore. Yeah. All right. So, why do I have no HTTP here? I don't need it anymore. I don't need this either. I mean, I guess I can have it there. It's fine. Issuer client ID. I can actually make those constants of the internal struct so people can look them up. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah. you don't know what internal is a place to put stuff that looks like it's being exported and stuff, but isn't. I like it because the naming doesn't have to change. We actually don't have a client secret, but it's okay. There is no client secret. Where if the provider, if the account is not public, usually the secret is not necessarily a secret and can be safely embedded application source code. It's true. It depends. Sometimes the secret does matter, though. If you're using client credentials, your secret is actually the password. So it's a different OAuth flow, but yeah. It's your, oops. See, dot, queried to discover the token, a URL, and other data. So let me show you. Here's my key cloak. So HTTPS home.rvxgg. There's key cloak, and then I can go to realms. Kates. If I was doing this in Kubernetes, if my key cloak was supported in Kubernetes, I'd have an ingress reverse proxy subdomain, probably auth. Hey, look, there's my token. Public key. Token's not before. Let's try this. Let's try dot well known. And that will give you OpenID configuration. This is a standard defined by OpenID, OIDC, not by OAuth. That took me a while to get my head around. That the differences between OIDC and OAuth and what's the relationship between them. That took me quite a bit to understand. OpenID. Discovery. We create. Okay. And the thing that we're specifically looking for here is this. So if you're going to do auth flow, there you go. So I have two flows enabled for this, which I'm going to enable in this application. I'm going to write two different functions. I'm going to write one function that uses auth flow where they cut and paste the token in, and I'm going to write another function that uses token endpoint flow, which is using resource owner password grant, or grant type equals password. They provide the username and password, and the token itself is already, it doesn't require a token. The token is provided as a response. The other one, there's an intermediate step. So that's what's up with that. Client ID is the embedded client ID of the is client ID to issuer URL. If I an OIDC supporting application. Client secrets. If the application is not public. And actually, this is something interesting because I am going to test this. This is one of the reasons I set up KeyCloak on my own servers, because I want to test how to make it so that it requires a client password. I think I'm going to try that right now, actually. So this is KeyCloak. This is all in my lab, github.rbxrob/lab/K8s, and go to K8s. Actually, you have to click on that. And then you can go get my lab. That's only because my password's password. This is all internal. So we have clients. What's a client? A client is, let's go into the Kate's realm. Kubernetes KeyCloak realms are multi-tenant. So it's as if you had separate providers, as if you had separate OIDC servers providers. And here we have Minikube, which I added this client ID. And you'll see it does not have a home URL because it's private. I'm pretty sure it's because it's private. And I do not have a client ID. Here are the regular scopes. These are past. Yeah. And what else we have? We have login settings. This is client information. No, that's not it. Where is it? I still don't know KeyCloak very well, so that's why I installed it on my system. Client ID. Roles, let's see. Minikube client ID. Name. Specify the ID reference in URL for tokens, for example, my client. This is the thing that gets embedded. Always display in UI. Oh, that's the KeyCloak UI. Root URL. Don't know what that is about at all. Oh, valid redirects. We can redirect to anything. We don't care because we don't use the redirects. Valid post logout redirects. We don't care. We redirect like everything. We don't care. Client authentication. Oh, here we go. This defines the type of OIDC client. When this is on, OID type set is to confidential access type. When it's off, it is set to public access type. Okay. When it is on, the OIDC type is set to confidential. Okay, so client secret is only required if the OIDC client authentication type is set to confidential. When set to public, the secret, client secret, is required even though it is not necessarily a secret, can be safe. Even though, depending on the auth flow, it is not necessarily a secret. This really tripped me up when I was learning this. So if I click on this, well, let's not do it yet. Let's get this code working, and I'm going to test it. I'm going to change it. I'm going to write a test case for this. Okay. You know what? Let's copy internal to OIDC or to auth.go. And then let's, because I want to write some test code for it. I don't want the test code to be strewn about the building. We'll leave prompt in here. This one we can take out. This one we can take out. This one we can take out. I tend to be a guy who makes a lot of files. And rather than having huge files, you can actually change internal to prompt. This is TDD. I'll show you Go TDD right here in a second. It's built into the programming language. It's a little bit harder to do it when you have, authentication, password flows, and stuff like that. That require like a full-blown keycloak server, but it's pretty baked. Prompt.go. So the way testing goes. So these are, there's a bunch of test cases here, right? Do I have my test case? Oh damn. Oh. Wait a second. Wait, what? Temp cover. Okay, so we do have Go coverage. That's nice. Actually, that is a hack for Go that a lot of people don't know about that I should probably make a whole video about. A small video about how to do code coverage from the command line. Normally it requires you do a graphic web browser to see it. But I have a hack that gets around that. So, and then let's do that. The reason I'm breaking these files out because I'm going to make a test files for each one of them. Values.go. We'll come back to that in a second. Auth.go. You know what? I don't need values.go. I kind of want to know where that thing was. I spent a long time finding command API config, but it is a clusterfuck of confusion. I'm not using it. It is so screwed up. We spent probably 2 hours ranting about that. Yeah. We don't need that. We don't need that. DAF. DAF. Read hidden DAF. Oh, this one stays. That's a nice type. Yeah, I put that in our types. Constants are at the top. I'll put types after that just because they have to be at the top. Types don't, but it's nice. Constants do. Then we have our function there. Then we have our password grant. Okay, so this is all good. Yep. All right, so let's do some testing. Go test. There's nothing here to test. I'm afraid of the Go. We might have the wrong reference to the Go IDC. I think it might be v3, but that might be OAuth. I don't remember. I can look up the import line for this. Yeah, I was afraid of that. See there? There are two breaking changes made to v3 branch. GitHub CoreOS Go IDC v3 OIDC. Yep. And I need to change it. I thought so. I'm glad I looked. So then I can cut and paste that. And that answer is in the house. I can change this guy to that. All right. And I actually think I have that. Yep, I did. That had already been pulled down. That's why I was curious about the update thing. For some reason, it was using the wrong thing. So, URL values is not a type. This new provider returns two values. Okay. This is like regular stuff. In fact, I'm going to show you something here. Okay, log in. No. Home. I'm going to show you how to do ongoing Go testing using ENTR, which I hope is on here. If it's not on here, I'm going to be pissed. So first of all, I need to log into the machine. So podman exec it klogin. Machine meaning container bash. We're going to fire up a separate shell. See, now we're both there. Anyway, there we go. kubectl login. And inside of here, we can do entr. I think I have it. Nope, don't have it. Anyway, entr. I can't remember how to do. Oh yeah. I can't remember my command. It's in my bash recipe somewhere. Where did I put it? Please tell me it's still here somewhere. Maybe it's not. I don't know where I put it. I lost it. Let's see. Oh wait, there it is. Somebody's that. Well, true loops don't do that. Use the NTR. That doesn't help me. I have. I could have swore I wrote a thing for this. To do things without chance. Let's try. What was the other one? 4. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Boring. Yeah, it's so boring. It's so boring. Thank you for the cheers to the sub. Well, I love sub insults. They're my favorite. They buy my beer for me. Yeah. Here we go. Bash, entr bash -c clear run go. That's exactly what I was doing. This only makes changes to this though, and I wanted to alter it. So what we actually want to do is, let's do this. ls-1. .go. If any Go file changes, we want to do an entr. entr clear go test. What does it go test like this? What? There's no entr? Oh god. I feel really bad about that. I'm gonna have to fix that in my image right away. File names. File names. We need to get a list of file names. The file name listing is always the part I have to look up. I think that's it actually. This is file arguments. What? Do. I cannot believe I forgot this. I'm so embarrassed. I use this all the time and I cannot remember. Oh, it's find. Yeah, I'm not using find. I don't need find. You have to pipe it in. Yeah. I think this is... I think that should do it, actually. That makes it into a file handle, though. So I don't think that's it. That'll make it into a, yeah. This is different. That's not going to work. No, well, does it have one in there? There we go. Echo. I don't want to pass it into the front. I want to pass it into the back. Oh, I mean, this is what they want you to do. I mean, whatever. I guess I could do that. ls-1 go. Same thing as before. This is file directory. I wonder if it's the, oh, it's the clear. Oh, I forgot about this. Yes, you have to make it a single command. It's like, I remember now. Yeah. That's not in my notes. That should be, it should, yeah, there we go. Bash dash B. Yeah. I even had it there. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, I had it right the whole time. Obviously I didn't, because it wasn't working. Bash dash C. Yeah, it can only do one command, so that was the problem, and that'll work. There we go. That's it. And I'm going to copy that to my Z so I have it in there too. Yep. Now it'll be in my notes next time. All right. So I was going to try to show you this. So what this does is it does testing on the current directory. It actually, you can make it so it does testing on the current directory and all subdirectories, which I think is /. Yeah, I think that's it. No, that put it up above. There's like a syntax for this, and I can't remember what it is. Like for example, if I want to test everything in that directory and all subdirectories. God, I used to know this by heart. Golang test. I can't believe how much stuff I've forgotten already. That's it. Triple dots. You see that? I got that answer pretty quick, huh? It didn't take me too long to get that answer. There we go, baby. Oh, that's what I wanted. Okay. That's what I want. I want all my tests to run. And I need to capture that in my Z because I didn't. I'm going to change my Z. I'm going to make this updated. There. Now it's updated in my notes. So I'll have it for next time. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this is why I did this, just in case you're wondering. So now when I'm cleaning this guy up, so this is telling me internal auth's got problems, right? So it's got a problem on line 54, and you can use, URL values is not a thing unless you import it, right? I think that's http.url, I'll tell you the truth. You use WSL? Yeah, I don't use WSL anymore. It blew up too many times. Where is URL.values come from? Let's go look. URL.values. Where do I get it? Let's go look. Data is URL.values. Where does it come from? Net URL. Okay. That didn't take too long to look up, did it? I don't need no fucking chat GPT for me. I just need a links browser. All right. So URL.values is not a type. Bullshit. Oh, it keeps removing it. That means there's some parsing error. Yeah, undefined client. We have a client. We have a parse error. That's why it's giving me the other stuff. So, time to keep looking here. Let's see. URL that values is not a thing apparently. Undefined client 63. Let's fix those first. Hey, what? It's like I can't see any of the standard HTTP stuff. What the hell? I don't know what's happening. That should be working just fine. OC provider provides one. Undefined client. It should be. It's not pulling it in. Undefined auth token. Maybe that's the problem. Something is breaking it. That's not what we think. No, this is called RRS. Let's see. Buffer equals read all. Buffer body. Response. I think we already have an RSP, don't we? Yeah, we do. RSP. Buffer RSP. Nil token RSP. All right, they took care of some stuff. 74. There's no client. There's no HTTP client. That's interesting because it doesn't say. Oh, there we go. That was it. Because before it was a global. Yeah. It's not global anymore. Same with provider, actually. Yeah, okay, good. We got provider covered. Values still has trouble with. IDC returns to new provider. Provider and an error. Probably. I don't have my macros on right now. This is one I have a macro for. It's just not on. URL values is not a type. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. Why does it keep doing that? URL values. Net URL. What am I doing wrong? Did it get moved? That's what I'm trying to do. It's not doing it. Net URL. There it is right there. Rock query and URL values. Unescaping. Consider web dev to be your transferable skill. Yes. Absolutely. Look, I might say bad things about the web-centric nature of everything, but it also means everybody has to learn web to a degree. It doesn't do that automatically. That's the Vimgo that does that. Oh, you mean that it won't allow you to compile without commenting it out? I actually love that. How much code have you read that's got like a ton of fucking imports at the top that aren't used and you don't know if you can remove them? I love it. It makes you do the right thing. It makes you not write shitty code. It's annoying, I agree, but it's good annoying. People might, say that that's a critique of Go, and then they don't say anything about Rust shit. Basically built a whole language on being annoying up front. URL.url. Why can't I? What the hell is going on? Net URL, package net URL. It's like it's never seen it before. Why? Oh, because I named something URL. Yep. That's why. Ugh, so obvious to me now. I'm such an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. That was a new parameter that I added. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I did. That's what I get for streaming while I'm doing this. Good demands. Yeah. I'm not a fan of Zig. I'm more of a Nim guy, but I want to see what Moby does. Yeah. All right, so we have no errors now. Our errors are gone. So we have compilable code, which means I can start writing test code. And frankly, this is not going to take very long. We are at the top of the hour. I am going to stand up and walk around. Here's some music. That's a nice little break. All right, so let's get this thing to write an authentication token out. Now, this is the part. This is a little bit. I'm going to do something that I don't recommend to everybody, but is actually kind of a survival skill when you're doing Go programming. So the fastest way for me to test this is to run it against the keycloak provider that I have established inside of my lab. Right? Now, to set up a mock environment just to test this one function, to do that thing, is less than trivial, right? So I could spend the next 2 hours setting up a mock environment that gets fired up dynamically by the test case just to do this one unit test. Or I can punt, which is a sports metaphor. I fucking hate sports metaphors, but whatever. And I can write a test page. I can write a test case that I'm then later just going to comment out. And you can yell all you want about not having code coverage and blah, 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 blah. And I don't give a shit because I'm actually creating testable code with an example of how to test this on an internal environment where you've set up the test framework for the whole thing without wasting time creating that framework, creating a dynamic method of bringing up that framework, right? And this actually gets into something that is a very hotly debated topic with regard to test-driven development. Test-driven development is shit. Let's just put it that way. TDD, as most people do it, is shit. It's glorified unit testing it's basically testing arguments to functions and stuff like that, but it's not doing any systems integration level testing. It's not using user acceptance testing. It's not doing any of the other layers of testing that are required that are, by the way, far more substantial than your shitty little unit tests. Now, you need those unit tests to make sure that you're not making stupid mistakes and stuff like that. But in the overall test scheme, in the overall test world, in the overall value of test-driven development, if you're going to call it that terminology has been totally raped by lots of different people, then no. So I spent a significant amount of time setting up pull up this containerized thing for doing that. Yeah, good job, guys. And you can add a man page from Sure False. Yeah. And so that's what I'm saying. So why is that a thing? Because I'm now going to write a test case that expects to have my domain name in it. You see what I'm saying? So like, this is going to become really obvious to anybody who knows Go anytime soon. Because I'm going to hard code. I mean, look, not to mention the fact that this is another thing that test-driven development just does not even cover. Okay. What about the cases where you're making a specific instance of something that's got hard-coded defaults in the binary because you want a single distributable, single binary that's got your client ID in it and stuff like that? Well, you can't make a generic test case for that, right? You have to take over the constant or change it into a variable so it's more testable. But that's like violating. So writing testable code is a big part of this. I get it. But sometimes you don't need that. Sometimes it's supposed to be a constant. It's not supposed to change. It's supposed to be documented as a constant. That's something you're going to fucking change all the time, right? You don't want to turn something into a package scope variable just because you want to be able to test the thing, in my opinion. And some people I mean, this is a hotly debated topic right here. People will fight to the death over whether you should write testable code and get rid of all those constants and stuff like that versus the other thing. And I land someplace in the middle, but for the most part, I don't think you should obsess about writing test code. You should obsess about bringing up test environments and labs and stuff like that. But you can assume that your code's going to be tested in that environment. And you can write test cases that assume that environment. And you can describe that environment needs to be assumed. It needs to be set up. And you don't have to write code to dynamically bring up a mock version of that thing that itself is then going to have to be tested. You see where this goes? People obsess about testing too much, and they spend way too much time writing test code. I spent most of my hours trying to have Keycloak work on my mocked host name because the token needed to be checked in my previous. Ended up with setting the host name and /SC host name in the system. Exactly. But you can't write that. You can't put that in your test case. You're going to change the host system etc host file in your unit test? No. So this is why when people bring up the topic of testing, there are so many like bloody battles between people. I mean, they're good friends and stuff, but they will argue tooth and nail over how to do this properly and blah 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 and how much time should be invested in it. And at the end of the day, I think that the best way to do a test, first of all, you cannot remove humans from testing. Period. If you keep trying to remove humans from your testing, you're going to keep having SolarWinds over and over and over again. SolarWinds would have been avoided with one human-based test, something where they actually do a peer review of the code, and they saw that they're just base 64 encoding that stuff, so it doesn't get picked up by the automations. SolarWinds would have been totally avoided if they had actually had humans involved in that process. So this idea of like continuous integration and deployment is bullshit because at some point you have to have a human involved. At some point you have to have a human who vets this stuff. And if you start removing the humans from vetting this stuff and you think you're going to trust your AI, it's going to be SolarWinds over and over and over and over again. And humans make mistakes. But humans also catch things that automations don't make. And by the way, those automations created by humans, and they're also adding complexity to the issue, which pushes out your timelines and creates more complexity. That therefore, that complexity has to be tested, and you end up with this huge clusterfuck of untestable code, most of which is test code. Okay. So there. That's all I have to say about that. I got hot under the collar again. But anyway, so let's do this. So I'm going to write some test code here. And frankly, I'm going to do something else that people really don't like. I'm going to write example tests because guess what? They're reusable and they double as examples in your documentation for your end users. They're not some... I fucking hate... what's it called? The test framework, Testify, because people create test cases that are not readable by humans. They require somebody who's got full Go knowledge to even understand what the test is doing. One of the best things about Go is that if you had a package here, you can actually, that forces you to write code that can use the example-based tests in Go, and these are not used because people don't know about them. And what they are is they're just examples, right? And I'll learn Golang here later. Unless still on your subject. Well, you'll get it. So this uses reflection. An example-based test code in Go is something that uses a reflection and an underscore example, and then the names match. It uses reflection to match the name. So we have grant. What do we call it? Grant OAuth. This is another reason to use internal, because I can actually export symbols which normally can't be used by other importers. That's why I'm using internal, and yet they can still have capitals in them. Otherwise, I couldn't use them in example-based tests. Grant OAuth. Let's see. Grant OIDC pass auth. Right? And if I want to have multiple ones, I can. So let's just see if that works. FMT println something. So that this should get picked up by our test code down below because it's a change. Oh, you know why it won't? Because it's not getting picked up because it needs to get a fresh list of files. So there we go. So that test passed. If I get here, I put something here, it's not going to pass. Okay. Nice and easy to understand. Plus you get documentation on it. Watch. Go doc. Dot. Hey, look at that. Right? If you do go doc dash a, what is it? Dash, is it dash all? What is it? I can't remember. So there you go. You got functions. When you generate documentation, however, you will get the example for this automatically, right? So that's why we're doing it that way. And what we need to do. So now we're just going to call the thing, right? I'm going to say, I'm going to have prompt for username. I'm going to say user equals, I'm just going to hard code it actually, artifacts Rob. I'm going to pay password pass. I'm putting it there because I can prompt for it if I want to. And actually, we don't even need that. We can just do this. We can say response RASP, comma, error equals. And because we put internal underscore test, we have to define what package it's in. So in this case, it's internal. This might actually not work. I'm curious to see. I think it does work because we're doing localized testing. So we do internal grant OIDC pass auth RVX Rob password. God damn it. Yeah, let's put these on their own line. .gg colon 8443 / realms Kates. And then we need the client ID and client secret. Whoops. Minikube. Error. Okay. Error declared but not done. I say if error equal nil. And I'll return. Print the error. I'll take care of that one. And then we can actually print the response. For now, let's just do that. FFT println RESP because it's going to be JSON data. See that? Want something. Got something else. Authorization server denied. See that? That is a test. That is a test. That's a working test. And every time I change it, it's going to rerun the test. What we want it to be is some sort of JSON. I'm just putting this there for reference right now. I got to update that later. So now when we go this, we can say auth.go. We need to actually change this. Because it's a REST response, and I don't want to confuse it with an HTTP response. That's the only reason, my friends. I created a type called an RESP, which is actually a REST string. So RESP has kind of like specific meaning. It might be a bad name. I might redo that as something else later, but yeah. I could put JSON response. I could put J response, I guess, or something. REST response. I don't know. If you have a better name, let me know. So that passed a password. I think that might be the reason it didn't work. Yeah. Yep. Some sort of JSON authorization for header RDBX Rob failed. I think it's because we didn't get a provider, or did we? What's going on wrong? Mini Cuke. Mini cucumber. Nobody caught that. This should work now. Boom. There we go. That worked. You see that? You see that? You see how that worked? So that gave me a big ass token and everything. So for the test case, my test is working. RESPCT. Yeah. So what do we don't need to print all of that. We should probably just print RESPE dot. Let's put token type. Token type. Token underscore type. Right? And what's that going to be? Oh, whoopsie daisy. There we go. So we have, can I index blah, blah, blah. You can't? Yes, we can. Can I index can I internal RSPs? What have I done wrong with her? I'm very curious what I did wrong there. I made it a map string anyway. It should be fine. Can I index our respective value? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I know why. Yeah. Yes, this is a stupid ass thing with I might be able to do this. Let me check. No, we have to I guess I could use sync maps instead. No, because I have to populate the whole thing. Yeah, I forgot that the hard part is that I actually have to go get the hey Jimmy. I have to actually go get the I have to do this shit, which is I don't like. Val, okay. And this is an annoyance versus Node. I'm just gonna own it. In order to read values, you can't refer them directly. You have to actually do this. So, but it says it's unindexable, and that's really weird. Did I not return it as RESP? What did I return it as? I mean, I'm having a brain fart on maps. I am. It's been a while. What am I doing wrong here? I mean, it printed out just fine, but it apparently it's not indexable. I did that because I wanted to be able to use this JSON, but I probably should change that. Yeah. Oh, it's a. I returned yeah, I returned a pointer. Yeah. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. That was the reason. That was the reason, my friends. Yep. Hey, do you reference it? Okay, declare not used. Yep. All right. So actually, I was probably good before. I think this is probably good. Yep, there we go. So that was it. That was it. Often in JavaScript. Yeah. So some sort of output. So we can put here bearer. The thing that's great about this is that when they look at the example, they get an example, right? So we could say the bearer token. We could say we probably don't want to do a refresh second. We could say profile. How about that? So we could say scopes, right? So what are scopes? No scopes. Oh, it's scope, I think. There we go. So we can make our test cases OpenID, profile, email. And now we have testable code. This code actually works on my environment. Now, obviously, this code is not going to work someplace else, so I'm not going to leave this test code around, right? I mean, it's a little bit of a problem. If someone were to try to run this in like the Go sandbox or something, it would not work because it would try to find this and it doesn't exist and blah 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 blah, right? I mean, I'm kind of on the fence about whether we should comment it out or not. If we leave it, we get the documentation, right? That will not work. It will run, it will fail. But somebody can go in there and they can like change the test code because it's an example. So they could change the test code to run on their environment and see if it works. You know? But if I comment it out, it's not gonna work. The only problem with that is that this code will produce a test failure if I don't comment it out. Right? So anywhere else but my system that has this OIDC provider. So yeah, that's kind of an issue. All right. What else do we want to look at? Do we want to look at anything else? Let's just print the whole thing again. FMT println. Another thing you can do, by the way, when you do this kind of stuff, you can do fun stuff like this. Watch. You can actually add, especially if you do mastering any, if you want to add some string kind of conventions, you can say func t.resp, right? You make that do both the pointer and the other. And you can make a function called print. And you can just print it. Yep. So you can do this. It's just fun for testing. So you can just say, let's say this R. This is R. R. All right, so let me do this. So you say mt.println R. That's it. Isn't that cool? You can also do this. I mean, these are conveniences, I know, but they're kind of cool. Like that print. Right? And now you can do stuff like this. See ya. So now we can do stuff like this in our tests, right? Instead of this, we can do this. Now, we don't really need it here. I mean, we could actually do key or something if we wanted to. But here you can just do this instead. You could say respt dot print. And now it'll print out the whole thing, which is big, right? Because we got the token in there. We got the 512 token in there. That's the JWT token. So that's our access token. That's the one we're going to save off to a file. Actually, the ID token is the one we're going to save off to a file. And expires in whatever. Refresh token. Rare token scope session state. Token type. All right. So our testing is done there. I'm going to leave this here so that those looking at the test can know what's up. And that's our test. Our test is now working. So that's a successful test. I can leave this test in here, but I'm going to comment it out because why? Because it's not, test intended for specific OIDC testable infrastructure. Alter to your testable OIDC infrastructure before commenting. So if somebody wants to actually see how the thing is used and are looking through the source code, which is a good idea, they can come in here and find it, they can comment, and they can test it against their stuff. And the other thing that's cool about this is I can still use this in my internal thing to test very complicated stuff that if I had to integrate it into an application and test the application, there'd be a lot of pieces between the function and the executable's final execution that would be potential problems. So I can still keep the example test here, right? I just commented out. And that's, I don't know if that's a best practice. I don't know when that's kind of strong wording to say, but this is what I like to do to write testable code, because it actually does kind of iron out how the thing's going to be used. It helps me get my head around how I'm going to use it and stuff like that, and 100% testable. All right, so what else are we going to do, right? So, we've proven that this is a thing, that it actually works, and what else do we need? Well, we have the client secret, the Minikube. Let's actually go back to testing the code like we talked about doing, but this time I'm going to enable the test again. Probably command to do that, but I don't have it. Okay, so we're going to enable the test. It takes a while to update the test code down here because it has to actually do, a request over the internet every time I update. But what I want to test is I want to see what happens when I knock out the client secret. And so if I turn client authentication on and I save this, I think I may have just broken my test. This is why I wrote a test case, right? So according to my understanding of how client secrets work, if your access client authentication is, when this is on, OIDC type set to confidential. So I'm going to turn this on, which is going to set the type to confidential, which should require a client secret key. And the problem with this I don't understand is enable, disable fine-grained authorization support for a client. So if I turn this on, I think it's going to enable a client. Let's see, device authorization grant. No, we're not doing that. I think that we're going to need a client secret, and I don't know what that is, and I don't know where to put it. That's why I'm doing this. So I may be misunderstanding, but I think that we may have just, if you want to trigger a test, by the way, just touch the file. It got the cache version. Yeah. Authorization denied. So apparently the client secret has to be empty. Okay, this is what I'm testing right now. I'm trying to figure out how to set the client authentication. Client authenticator, client ID, and secret. Sign job. I didn't know you could do more than one. I didn't know you could do more than one OIDC. I thought it was always just client cert. I did not know this. This is very interesting. What is it? Wow, look at that big fancy ass client secret. You're going to break into my application? Go for it. So what I don't understand is why is this still passing? This should not be passing right now, because my settings for authentication are not right. Authorization needs to be on. I have a feeling this should break my test. This is why I wrote test case. So this should break my test case if I refresh. Come on, baby. Damn. Why is it still working? It should not be working. Oh, wow. That time I did a fetch and it did work. Let's change it, though. Let's delete the P. Oh! Nice. Okay. What if we get rid of it? No client key. What? I have just learned something about owner resource authentication flow. The client secret is ignored if it's empty. It either has to be correct or it has to be empty. And if it's empty, it ignores it. I just proved it. So it says right here that authorization is supposed to be on. Fine-grained authorization support for client. Right? So what the hell? Why didn't I get an error? I should have got unauthorized, but I didn't. See there? Registration access token. What is that? Access for clients to the client registration service. No. Client server regenerate. No. Client authenticator used for authentication of this client against the KeyCloak server. Huh. No client key is needed. Either you need no client key or you need to put the client key in. Yeah, let me prove it again. So, like, if I try to put some random client key here, it's going to fail. But if I put the client key that I put in here, it works. Which tells me it's either all or nothing. It's either a client key that matches. It doesn't care about the secret, but because it's... I mean, I would think that an empty client key would not authorize properly. I would think that that would give it unauthorized, but it doesn't. It gives an authorized. What am I missing? Am I missing something? Let's see what's in the token. Let's go turn the token back on. Printing. Is the token actually unusable? No, it's there, man. That gave me one. Okay, so that should do that though, because I have the key in here. But if I have, now it should fail. Yeah. And when it's completely empty, it should also fail, but it doesn't. It succeeds. Wait, what? Wait. Now it's doing what I expected. Oh. What? Wait, what? Something is different. My test case is bogus. And my test case is bogus, my friends. Yeah, look at that. God, for one, authorization denied for server. Am I printing a standard out on that shit? I think I found a bug. In my 401s. Yeah, I bet these are prints instead of... No, they're error Fs. Interesting. Authorization denied for server from Artifacts Rob. Huh. Interesting. Okay. There is definitely a problem with my test. I'll test. Yeah. You know what it's doing? Why is it doing that? Oh, wow. Wow. What? Yep. Open a bear. It must not have. I mean, it must have cached the other token. I'm really confused. That will work for sure, but what I don't understand is why. I could have swore I had a blank one and it worked. You know what I mean? I could have swore a couple of blank ones worked. It must not have been committed. It must not have saved it on the server or something. That must be. It must have been some like leftover request because now it's working. All right. Yep. I am kind of curious to see. I'm kind of curious to see if there's something else in here now. Doesn't look like there is. There's just a new about the client secret thing. Have a look at the JWT and see what's going on in there. Okay, so that code is done. That code is done. I mean, maybe it was. I don't know. It's done. Okay. That was very interesting. I learned about client IDs and when they're needed and when they're not. I'm going to comment out this test. We're going to actually write. Later, we're going to write an actual auth flow, but I'm not going to do that until I finish the program. That signs the token and just writes it to temp someplace. We're going to write that token to temp. And, yep. All right. So, wait, why is this? All right, there we go. So, here's our source code and go. We've got grant OIDC password auth. Boom. Done. The most minimal possible thing that I could make. That's the goal. Client secret. We'll put that in there. Hard code that in there. Actually, I don't even think those need to be hard coded. I don't. I don't think these are needed. Yep. I'm going to put the documentation down here. I'm making it into a functional program more than, I mean, global is a bad idea, of course. I mean, I always knew it was, but now I'm just making it cleaner. That's better. All right. To the OIDC issuer URL. I love that they added any. Oh my God, I love that. S for URL. We don't need that anymore. This is all stuff going in the library, so just document the arguments here and then call it from the toppest of levels. Nice. Oh my god, this is so pretty. I like it so much. And then those specific values can be hard-coded in my test case, not into the source code. Right? Now I have a very reusable function that anybody can use, including you. If somebody wanted to just use this to do grant type password, they could just plug in their own values. Done. This is a great gist, by the way. This would be a really, really great gist. I'm going to put the RESPT stuff in its own thing. Just because it's kind of annoying. I like stuff to be highly specialized and have the files be relatively small. There's a lot of people in the Go world that do not like that. Oops, I did the wrong thing. You know, I don't judge them. I would rather have small files that are testable and easy to open and manage than to have monstrous files that I have to sift through. The only thing that changes is compilation speed. That's it. So more files makes it slightly slower to compile, but Go is the fastest compiled language on the planet. Faster than C, faster than anything else. Rust by a long shot. And so there. This can now be deleted. And we just get very specific files here. So I'm going to change this to move this to auth to grant. We will let that go. I spend way too much time obsessing over file naming. It's a huge thing for me. You gotta be careful though, because I just about blew away my file there. Rerun my tests because they don't know what to look at anymore. Make sure we didn't break anything. But the file names don't matter in Go. They really don't. So grant. Got OIDCv3. Got my grant. That's all I need. Actually, the main program is going to be super easy now. I mean, don't need that. Don't need that. Username and password. We're going to get a token. I actually get a response. What the hell? Oh, there's no token type. Oh, also this is another thing. So we're going to do internal grant OIDC password pass auth, and then I can pass all this information. Yeah, so I have a username and password. I could just copy my test case if I wanted. And we have https://home.rex.gg. This stuff is hard-coded. If I wanted to allow it as variables and passing it, I can do it. It's super easy. And then we have they have the secret. Cube. And you know, I could actually make those environment variables, but at that point, why don't you just do it on your own, you know? If I wanted to remake kube login, which is, you know, that's all I would have to do. I could just make all that stuff environment variables and be done with it. Otherwise, I can hard code it. So, but this is kind of a test to see about the hard coding. I'm actually going to save off the token, and we're also going to update the kubeconfig file. So So that's it. This has got to be kind of a high level, which will probably also go into our internal. Yeah. I'm thinking functional here. So we need a key here, though. There we go. Undefined token. Where is token? Oh. Yeah. And then go run main. This should actually just dump out the token. There we go. All right. So now what? We need to write that entire thing for prompting for a username for a particular realm needs to be per server, we'll say. So yeah. I think instead of grant, it should probably be request, actually. Yeah, that's just how I am. I'm going to change it because I am that way. I'm changing grant back to auth. Auth.go. Request OIDC password authentication. And I don't like big ass long things. People might use them. I don't like them. Change my test case. This is people who are pro heavy editors. That's what they like about them. They will cite that you can change all the identifiers with one thing. And they're not wrong. That's the reason to use Emacs instead of this. How many tests go? It's always nighttime in my room. I have blackout shades so I can see. It's a wonderful day outside, I know. It is. It's a wonderful day outside. REQ. Where's it giving me problems? Oh, main. There we go. So that should work. So that actually makes a lot more sense. Rather than do RRESPC, we could actually call that a grant. Or we could call it an auth. Yeah, let's call it an auth. Since auth is not a library, let's do that. I like that much better. Actually, that's a granted authentication. Grant. Password grant. We got a grant. We did. We got a grant. Hey, John. How are you? Woody said hi to me? Oh, that's sad. Exams are tough, man. Yes. That's what that is. It's a grant. Grant internal. Go run main. There it is. Booyah. 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 I know I spend so much time on stupid naming changes, but I care. Internal rec OADC password auth grant is the thing that gets returned. It's not a request. It's a grant. Grant token type. Grant scope. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. The naming is so beautiful. I'm so proud. All right, now this has to be commented out again, as we said, because that's only for my environment. That'll break if I publish it. It's just going to be so much easier to read later, you know? I don't know. I guess it's the writer in me. I don't like shitty naming. I really don't. That's like a thing that bothers me. I have zero tolerance for it. That program is done. So all we have to do now, which is really trivial at this point, we have to call kubectl login, kubectl to update the file. And that's it. And we're going to do that by calling kubectl instead of just changing the YAML file, which is what I used to do, because that's guaranteed to not break. And we'll work with every version of kubectl depending on what they've set up in their environment. It's the right thing to do, actually, even though it's a subshell for a separate command call. But who cares? It's going to be instantaneous. There's a C writing shift. Lark was... Yeah. You should have seen us like spitting all over the screen over the naming from the... Oh, God. It was so bad. So bad. It was like names that fill entire screens. It's just, and they don't even make sense. That's what's so bad. They spent an entire 80 characters, 80 runes on a name that still makes absolutely no sense. Where if they had chosen a name that was 1/10 of that size and wrote like a sentence or two of comment of documentation around it, it would be much more intelligible. But instead, they tried to put all of the comment into the title, which is this dumb shit that started from C++. And, okay. All right. Look at how readable this code is. Is it not readable? It's readable, right? And I am just saying that's what I want. I want readable code. Even that this is pushing it, this example test, but this doesn't have to be anywhere else. And this name actually gets parsed, right? So yeah. Thankfully I work. Remember I said it's worth almost $100,000 to have a good team versus working for a shitty team and making an extra $100,000. The people on my team right now, that some of whom just barely learned how to play program Go a couple of years ago, and they're really good at it. They've been really putting their time in, and they are the kind of naming pedantic assholes like me. They actually care about the same sort of things that I care about. I'm more pedantic than them even, but they agree and they like it. They like it. Sometimes they'll catch me on a bad naming convention. My pair program, we just instituted mandatory reviews on all code pushes and PR. The PR format, no committing to main, pushes to main, and it's like one of the best things ever. Because they'll go through and I'll make all of my things and they'll say, hey, what if we named it this instead? I'm like, oh my God, that's such a great name. And then I can go in and change it before it gets committed. It's so beautiful. Yeah. What is your brother told you to listen to me? Wait, so the Rust reverting back. You're reverting your stuff that was right to Rust. I'll be exclusively working Go after this month once we are done with the driver stuff. Oh, interesting. Wow. That's dude, the number of people who are like, oh my God, why did I ever do this in Rust is astounding right now. To the point where I'm actually kind of on the other side of it. I'm like, well, what about Firecracker? It looks really awesome. Please don't tell me it's not going to be a thing. I finally found a project that's done in Rust that I really, really like. And do I want to write any code on that project? Hell no. Do I want the project to exist? Yes. Firecracker, it's all in Rust and mostly in Rust. And I told you, I've said this before, the thing I like about the Firecracker project, they have no problem mixing Go and Rust because they use the right tool for the job. They're not idiots. They're not idiots. They know to use the right tool for the job. And guess what? Rust is the right tool for the job when you're dealing with micro VMs and stuff like that. I think it's probably, that's kind of its sweet spot. So I'm kind of worried now because people have known me to tank Rust in all accounts. Don't ever use Rust ever. And that was name one single thing that's ever been done in Rust that's any good. And people have struggled to show me things. And then they showed me Firecracker and the Android development suite. And both of those things are really awesome Rust projects. I have no problem saying that. And they are, I want to see them succeed. So yeah, my highlighted message. How are you doing, Lemon? Microsoft's pushing for Rust. I think .NET Rust would be a good idea. There, I said it. If for no other reason to make all those shitty Microsoft developers actually write good code. Well, if you're making Fortnite, why even try? The one thing that Microsoft has proved to us that really horrible programmers end up making, or even really good programmers end up making code that runs on every single operating system, Microsoft Windows operating system on the desktop, and they make mistakes. They make huge mistakes, and that plays right into the Rust ethos, which is largely a lie, by the way. Rust is not safe. I don't care what anybody says. No language is safe from a bad programmer. No language is safe from a bad programmer. No. Stop saying the language is going to save you from shitty programmers. Their guns are... they're using Rust. Yeah. There are languages and language techniques and idioms and stuff like that that will help avoid bad programmers and catch them and call them out. And by the way, you don't need an entirely new programming language for that. There's already a bunch of established practices, best practices to do with Sue. It just turns out that Microsoft doesn't follow any of them. They don't follow any of them. So their bugs fall through the cracks and they end up landing in the source code and everybody else pays the price. Toyota Camry, one of the biggest organizations on the planet, killed people because they fucked around and didn't follow their own coding policies. Go read the findings of the class action lawsuit because Toyota Camry murdered people with spaghetti code because they didn't follow their own security practices with regard to writing assembly code and avoiding, and I quote the NASA engineer they hired to evaluate this for the jury, spaghetti code in assembly. They had turned off the multiple redundant safeties in the code and they ended up sticking its accelerator pedals and killing people. So I don't want to hear about your safe language because the more you keep talking about, oh, the language will save you from yourself, the more we're perpetuating the dangerous idea that a language or can save you from bad programming. Well, we did it in Rust, so why are you having a problem hitting our deadline? Why can't you push it up? I mean, you spent all that time writing it in the first place so that it would compile properly and be safe. So why are you telling us we have to have code review after the fact? Why are you adding all this extra process to our timeline? Why are you pushing out our timeline? That's the pointy hair boss. Pointy hair boss is like, hey, we're writing it in Rust, therefore it's safer. So we don't need to do an extra vetting and pair programming or whatever we do to keep our code safe. We don't need that for Rust. If some dumbass manager, software developer, project team lead thinks that because Rust is safe and they don't understand that they still need to have controls in place to put out good software, then we're going to get a SolarWinds and a Toyota Camry all over again. And the idea that any programming language is safe and making that your number one marketing bullet point scares the shit out of me. because that just builds a wrong premise. It's not just me. There was like a team of PhDs who came together to make their thesis to discount the claim that Rust is safe, largely based on the stuff that I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. Will result in lashings, exactly. So if management gets a hold of this idea that Rust is safe, if we do it all in Rust, it'll be safe. And then, first of all, you're going to have a problem. If you don't believe me, go read the PM who got rid of Rust because it took too long. They couldn't deliver any projects, and it tanked the morale of their entire team. There's an entire blog about this from an actual project manager who got off Rust. And which I think the project that they chose to do with Rust was the wrong idea anyway. It wasn't Firecracker, right? So... But I mean, this has come from an actual project manager. It says, please don't use Rust. Not only did it destroy my project, we had to get rid of it. We lost millions of dollars, but it destroyed the morale of my team because they all thought they were lesser programmers. Because despite our regular Friday meetings and training sessions, nobody could learn Rust enough to be able to deliver it with quality in time. That's the words of a project manager that you can go read in the blog. Go search for it. It's like a really great project manager blog. And this is a guy who came clean and is like, I have to say that after a year of proof of concepting this Rust project, we picked the wrong project. Here's all the mistakes we made, and we're now back to another language. I don't even know the language they picked. I don't think it was Go. So, and that's completely outside of the problem with the whole Rust steering committee shit that went down with the whole branding. That was completely separate from that. So, anyway, I've said my piece. Back to coding. I don't use Rust. If you need to write C and hire better devs, I largely agree with that. Now, the problem with C is how long it takes to compile, and if you're going to go for Rust, it's like 3 times the compilation time, if not more. So this is why Go is like 4,000% increase in Go malware. I just saw a huge security project just yesterday. It was delivered. It was NahumSec. That was delivered in Go. So Go is not just for middleware. People are writing Go for all kinds of things because they can deliver quickly and relatively safely. Yes, there's ways to shoot yourself. There's flick guns all over, but not as many as C. And that puts it in a nice, sweet, happy spot. That's why it's so popular. It's got its problems for sure. But I dare you to tell the manager's pet employee that his code is bad. Sounds like a developer's life. Okay, so what are we doing now besides ranting? We are going to... We've got our token authentication, and now we just need to write that token to something, right? In fact, let me show you that this is going to work. Let's just go ahead and print only. Let's not print the grant. Let's print grant ID token. That's actually all we need. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you feel the love? There it is. There's a token. Python's a good language. Not for everything. Good language though. I've softened my hate for Python lately. It has a bunch of problems, but it's still, it's alive and kicking. All right, check it. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to write this to temp foo token. I'm going to write it to my token. Okay. Oh, wait, it's prompting. I got to make this thing read environment variables. I have to. No, I have that. I have tons of aliases for all kinds of stuff like that. I have like Gore and Guy. Yeah, this is just on a development machine. It's on a development container, so I don't have them activated on here. That's the honest truth. Let's see, let's do user equals, let's not get env, Kate's user. Did I get that right? Yep. Okay. If user equals blank, user equals internal prompt. I should actually put and its interactive terminal. I should probably add is interactive. I mean, it's always going to be interactive. It's a main program. You know what? I'm going to add that. I have that someplace else. I'm going to show you. There it is. I'm gonna steal it. I'm gonna steal it. Put it in there. Plans on making a TUI. Well, this is gonna be a kubectl plugin. So detect interactive. Yep, that's the one. The thing of it is you only have to run it once, right? That's why I have it like this. So I can run. This is something that's very clearly could be run at a init time. It does not have to be run every single time, you know. Is interactive. Interactive returns an internal interactive state set by set interactive. The default is returned by detect interactive. The thing of this is if you want to do testing, you have to disable interactivity in order to do it. So this is kind of useful. It's a useful idiom. So is interactive, detect interactive, returns true if the output is to an interactive terminal piped in any way. This works on all operating systems, by the way. And yeah, and then we do on init, we do func init. Yeah. Is he something? Yeah. My Z code? My Z bonsai tree. Yeah. Yep. I really like. Okay, so let's do init. Let's do actually we need to do set interactive set to false. Yeah. Well, actually what we could, well, I mean, this is a package global. So it's like for the entire package, which I don't really like, but yeah. One of the reasons I have it as a side effect in calling set and get is because then I can do things like I could turn off all of the environment, all of the other stuff. I think I'm just going to export this interactive. Yeah. I think it's better. So, and it does detect interactive. So then we say interactive. There. And put it here. Interactive terminal state set by detect enter. Bonsai tree. The only window, nice. You share screen on Zoom? Nice. Yeah, I use Z for lots of things. That's my bonsai, but I haven't used bonsai in a while. I'm going to. I still want to make a book about it. Yeah. So testing seems clean. Let's actually write some test cases for that into that new stuff I just made, right? So here's some fun ones. Wait. Internal prompt testo package internal. Oh yeah, that would be really cool for C. God, that would be cool. Yeah. Example. Interactive. I should probably put is interactive. What do you guys think? And define internal. Oh, I can't use internal. Oh, no. Bad me. The flags on that. How you doing, man? The flag library? Yeah, the Go flag library is good, but you know. Undefined interactive prompt line 19. Internal 19 Go is interactive. Yay. So by default it's false, obviously. Now, how do I make it true, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So a little bit harder to test this. So if user is blank and internal dot is interactive, why did I do that? You can probably guess, right? You can probably guess why I did this. Because otherwise it's going to hang up a program. If somebody puts this in a program and they don't have the environment set, it'll hang the entire program. So it's always bad to hang programs on standard input. And it's like bad. It's like an anti-pattern. You just do not want to do that. Whatever, real, yes. Kids, pass. And then, pass internal prompt hidden. So what am I doing? I'm just making it so I can take an environment variable, or if it's or not, you know what I mean? And I mean, I could put this in a function if I wanted to. You know, we could do that. Why don't we do that? Internal prompt. How about auth? func get let's see, get user password get Kate's username and password. How about that? And we're going to return user, comma, pass, strings. And these don't even have to be set anymore. And then we could say this, we can say get user config. That's not as precise. Grabs, let's see, Kubernetes, their name and password. Actually, by first checking for, and prompting for them if an interactive terminal is detected. I should probably also grab them from a file. If I wanted to get really cool, I could save these values to a file. You know what I mean? That would be cool too. Password equals blank, internal equals password hidden. Return. I don't even have to return actually. We don't. Because these are named return values. I don't need internal anymore. Because that's in the same package. Make Kate's user struct? Nah. I don't need anything else. Internal rate. Here we go. This doesn't need to be here. This doesn't need to be here. Boom. Main.go. So now we can say user pass equals get internal dot get Kate's user pass, and then check the logs. And we're good to go. So let's try that. So actually, let's just go ahead and install it. So K login. Woohoo! It's working. Yes. It's using OIDC with a root CA. Okay, so that's what we wanted. I think it's because I have a password that's already set. Yeah. I think I already did it. Yeah, there it is, see? I have like two of them. I have an underscore one and another one. Which one was I using in here? Oh, I was using the lowercase, yeah. So, this is exactly what we want. Okay, login. Boom. All right, now next. God, we're getting so close. I can't believe how small this program is becoming. You know, the more time you spend on something, the less it'll be. It's like if I'd have more time, I'd send you a shorter email, right? There's so many unnecessary lines of code in the Klogin version I have at work right now. This is so much simpler. It's so much simpler. So all we need to do is write that. Yep. So we just need to write a file. We just need to write that file. Writing to a file is actually something that is done incorrectly all the freaking time. You cannot write to a file safely unless you're sure that file is going to be there, and etc. I actually have a library for this. I wonder if I have it. Is it file or FS? I can't remember. I'm cloning into FS, yeah. So I wrote, these are all helper libraries that I have that I'm just kind of stealing from. Here's my HTTP test. So example, touch, create a file. File.touch. These seem like really obvious things to do, but they're not. They're not. They're not. Let me show you one. Oh, this fetches a file from a server, a remote server. Test data, example, replace. What I'm doing is I'm only bringing in the code I need. I'm not just, using my generic thing. Create, test, replace me, os.create. Create a file to replace. Show about control file. Example exists. This is another big one that's wrong all the time, man. Yeah, because people check for existence of a file. They do it totally wrong. Semicolons. I don't use semicolons in my JavaScript. Unpopular opinion. Twitter doesn't either. But then nobody's using Twitter as the authority anymore. Here above, this is really cool too. This code will like take wherever you are and recursively go up your grandparents' chain to see if there's a file above you. I really like these helpers. This is all in my Awesome Go directory, by the way. If you want to go, these are linked from my Awesome Go directory. If you go to github.com/rtvxrob/awesome-go, I've curated a list of links to Go code that I actually think is good. Pretty picky about it, and yes, a lot of my code is there, including code that uses generics and node file tree structures and all of that. So if you want to go in there and look, I'm in my little collection here to kind of get some stuff in here. File tail, there's one. I mean, these are normally pretty basic functions, right? But 3, 4, 5. So yeah, example, replace all string. This is basically sed, right? I wrote a lot of high-level code here that you could definitely write your own code for, but overwrite. This is the one. Okay, so file to overwrite, defer os.remove test.written overwritten data, and then cat it out. Okay, so this file to overwrite, that's the one where you have to do locking. Yeah, you don't have to do locking, but... Oh, Raiders, how are you? Welcome, Raiders. File dot whatever. Overwrite. Let me find my overwrite. Overwrite replaces the content of a target file at path with the string path using the same file level locking used by Go. Did you hear what I just said there? All right. The number of people who are dealing with files completely incorrectly with Go is astounding. Not just Go, any language, right? Overwrite replaces the content of the target file at path with the string passed using the same file level locking used by Go itself. File permissions are preserved if the file exists. And this file level locking, was recently, oh, thank you so much for the raid. So file level locking is always done wrong on Unix. And the reason is because it does not take into account the existence of the file and race conditions and stuff like that. And almost nobody gets burned by it, right? Almost nobody gets burned by it, but when you do get burned by it, it hurts. So here is, that's not the one we're looking for. We're looking for this one, lockedfile.write. So this is actually Go code. I think this library is finally officially in the code. Here it is right here. This is the Go internal log file. This is some guy took the Go internal logged file thing. Everybody wanted to use it, but it was a Go internal, and so it was never made public. And so everybody wanted to use it. I mean, I spent a day researching this stuff, and then they finally did. But I'm pretty sure that this package has finally been released. I think it's finally been. I think it's under X now. I think it's under X. I'm gonna go look. I think it actually finally got adopted into the mainstream. Where am I? Damn it. Go up a level. And change clone repo. Wait. Repo clone. So I'm going to see if they've added any notes to it. Does it have any issues on it? Panic fill, no stop command. Move to golang. There it is. It's still there. They're still writing about it. Move to golang or other official org. So it looks like they haven't moved it yet. Yeah, it doesn't look like they moved it yet. Let's go look. Let's go read see if there's anything in the README. This repository factors out opinionated selection of internal packages function from the Go standard. Currently consists mostly of package testing code from within the Go itself. Primarily maintained by Go internal, blah, blah, blah. Directory hash, Go proxy test, mod file, locks test scripts. Yeah, let's go read about that issue. Was it 196? Each issue view. 196. Moved to Golang the other 4 months ago. Maybe more question than issue, but why isn't this repo like Golang or blah, blah, blah? Test script is also blah, blah, blah. My comment is more general. The objection to me. Such a move would require a concerted effort from the Go team folks here. I'll note that reveals factored out some of the command Go internals to blah. I suppose such a proposal will go issue tracker. I don't think it's there. I don't think it's there. I don't know how we would find out though. Because it would, if it was there, it would be under one of the X extensions, and I don't know which one to import. Let's just do a little bit of research, because I would rather use an official package than one that's being managed from the official packages, if that makes sense. Golang locked file in standard library package. Lock file package Go internal lock file. Oh my God, it's official. It got brought into the official one now. Oh, fantastic. Oh, no, it didn't. I take it all back. Because it's under internal, which means we can't import it. I take it back. Damn it, I got excited. By the way, if you don't know about Go, anything in a package that's named, or any pop level package that's named internal cannot be imported. It can't be imported no matter how good it is. So what we need to do is find this that's not there. We need to find another place. So it sounds like everything's still the same. This fantastic lock file, it lives in the wrong place. The reason you want to use this file is this is the exact code that the Go binary uses to lock files down. And it works successfully across all supported operating systems that are supported by Go. Anything else, including this flocks juju thing, doesn't do that. So the reason that this file package, locked file, has not been put into the standard library is because the Go team does not want to sign off on infinite eternal support for every operating system's finite atomic file locking mechanisms. They don't want to sign off on that. They're like, that's too big a responsibility. But they already have, because their Go tool has to use that. Their Go tool has to use that. And if you look at the issues list on this particular file, you'll see that over the course of like 12 years, 15 years, that there's been incremental changes and fixes to this depending on esoteric versions of AIX and all kinds of weird things in order to support file locking on every operating system. This is one of those cases where you would never know this unless you really, first of all, you knew how to properly lock files in Go and Unix, which most people don't know. And two, you knew where to go look for it. And three, you were able to resolve all of the drama that's been surrounding this very important task of writing to a file in a way that is guaranteed to not conflict with other files or blow them away or produce file system race conditions. So this is a big deal. This is a big deal, but people don't think it's a big deal because they're so used to just writing bash scripts that just create a file and they go, I don't care if there's another file there. I'm sure that nothing else in this container is ever going to mess with that file. And 999.99 times out of 10, well, that was too many nines before the point, but you get my point. Internal lock file, go packages. Yeah. Here we go. Here's a proposal. And this is if you want to read the big, long, drawn-out history of this, you can read this. I read this whole issue list thing. What issue is that, by the way? 33974. I mean, we can read it through web, I guess. These encounters errors, helm file. Projects that implement their own file locking, Terraform, BoltDB, Go file lock, Go FS file lock, Juju file lock. Here's the proposal. Let's read it. An internal file lock package can be found here. A few projects are implementing file locking, but they do seem to be maintained. They're not maintained, and I think they're not as nice as this one. As a result, I think we should use it. I suggest you make the file lock as public. I'd be glad to give some pointers. And then it's a big, long, drawn out, no fucking way answer. I thought maybe they'd finally softened on this and they'd moved it over, but nope. So we're stuck abstracting a call to this, which is why I put it in my awesome Go list, because I don't want to have to do that every time. Why not use the exported version? And that's what I'm using. Sorry, something went wrong. Change the title, delete proposal, make it the internal file, blah, blah, blah. Here are a few reasons why I didn't go with it. The file lock of Go internal is an internal package. Importing Go internal makes GoDefs bigger and unnecessary. Agreed. It feels wrong. I feel like this is a bug. If I find a bug, then I have to go pull request and then I have to wait for it to get merged into the Go internals update. I completely agree. That's why I looked to see if it had finally been resolved. The file lock of Go internal is an internal package, yes. I'm not sure why that is. Perhaps a blah, blah, blah can answer. I'm not sure why it's an internal package. Because oh, that's a silly comment. Have you looked at blah lock file? Yes, that seems like a public higher level version of it. That aside, they totally missed a concern. That aside, sure, there are some upsides of having the standard library, but I think the downsides are once the package is public, it can never be backward incompatible changes. See, this is why they won't do it. The standard library can grow, but it can never shrink. Once the number of users greatly outgrows just command Go, the maintainers will probably have extra response to issues, referred practices, fixing bugs, whatnot, effects, blah, blah, blah. I think a far better proposal would be to include this in one of the official external repos like xsync. I agree. Once that's worked for a while, it can be a part of a public standard library. The problem is everybody dropped this on the floor and they never did it. That's how context got in. Context was a disaster. Oh my God. It does not inspire confidence. Lock file fits right to the usage of lock file. Doesn't have file lock error supported. Yes, I agree. This should probably be in the X package I used, suggested, blah, blah, blah. And then they added Ian, who's the maintainer of the project, the Go project, the primary maintainer. And he's a nice guy. He's very, very open-minded to feedback, something I've really appreciated. When I suggested they stop stuttering in context, and he at least listened. At this point, we've been using locked file for a full release cycle, and it seems mostly fine. Modulo is what appears to be an AX kernel bug. So this is why people are afraid of this, because they have to support it on everything. I'd be fine making it public. Is where do we put it? This is, nobody can agree. And this is 2019, my friends. This is 2019. It's pretty much the same thing. I don't want to read the whole list. I don't want to read it all. I just go to the bottom. Let's see if there's any new comments. I doubt it. I don't think there's any new comments. I think it's dead. I think did they close it? Proposal, old one closed project. Signed off on, whatever. Let's see. The logic here is racy. Multiple end-to-end tests can create the file at around the same time and allocate the same base port. This then leads to flaky, failed end-to-end tests. No shit. Go has a proposal open to make file lock available, but that is still pending. Once that is resolved, maybe we'll do it. Oh, I didn't know that. How's it going, Trash Puppy? I got Raiders. Oh yeah, Raiders from Producer Wolf. Nice. We were just reading about file locking and Go. Internal file lock package can be found here. Yeah, we already know that. Oh, this is a proposal. The text is updated successively hours encountered. Why not? This is the same exact thing we just read. I don't think this I don't think this set went anywhere. That's all we need to know. A proposal held label has been removed. It seems this proposal could be updated to active. I missed a bit of information. Still has not been accepted. List for faster consideration in 2022. This is why I'm asking. This is why I'm looking into this, because I remember I haven't been looking at this stuff for more than a year, and I'm kind of seeing if it actually went anywhere. Because I don't want to hard code a dependency on some external non-FOSS compliant package. And I'm going to get shit for that. Right? So a lot of you may not understand this because you haven't been in enterprise development for very long, but you can't just use open source software in your project. If you're working for a company, and a lot of stuff that I'm writing is going to end up in internal code after I port it over. You need to use packages that are licensed properly, that, and all of that. So for example, I'm using this one here. I mean, just the license to sell is probably Go author's license. Yeah. Okay, good. So this is using the Go license, which has been approved, which means that our FOSS auditing tool would probably let it pass. But if it doesn't let it pass, then you have to go through a long drawn out process of requesting it to be approved. So all of that to say, should I use my own file locking library, which uses the Go internal file lock, which is the only safe way to do this? Or should I use this shitty way that everybody does and assume that there's no file locking levels needed and not use it and not have to deal with the extra import dependency and FOSS review and all of that? So that becomes the issue, right? That's why I went down this hour-long rabbit hole, because I have a dependency on some person's personal copy of an internal package for the Go library that is under proposal to be made an official part of the Go library. And do I want that dependency or not? Is it worth it? Is it worth it to get the file level locking correct, or should I just do what everybody else does and punt and do it the shitty way? I mean, I can do a search right now and show you like 100 different hits on the internet that show you exactly and how wrongly to do it in Go, because none of them take into account race conditions with file level locks. So, writing to a file is not a simple thing. It is if you're writing a bash script, But if you're not doing that and your code's going to be used someplace else, you need to think about it more. And I am conflicted because I want to do the right thing. But in this case, I'm going to punt and I'm just going to write the fucking file. I don't care. Just like it was a shell script, redirect to a file. Every time you do like a bash script redirect, like we do in the curl script, you're doing that. You're assuming that file's not going to be there and you're using the low-level system. You can actually have two concurrent processes writing to the same file at the same time and go. People don't do it, but you can do that. You can do that, and it can create really messy results. So if you're writing like enterprise level code, you should be really clear about how you're doing those file writes. So, and another thing too, if you're writing to a file and the file gets renamed, and somebody else is in the middle of writing to it, it will still write to the file at the new name. Because it's in the middle of writing to the file and it already opened the file descriptor. So it doesn't give a shit about the name. And people don't know this. People will, this is why when people do log rotation, the first thing that they do, it's a sysadmin thing, but when the first thing you do when you're doing log level rotation, the first thing you do, what do? You rename the file. So you move the file to something else. And then the logs are coming in like crazy, right? All that stuff that's coming in, that's writing to those logs like crazy, is still going to do that while you move the file, because all you did is you just move the inode, but the inode is still open, file descriptor is still open, right? And you haven't broken the association with the writing process to that file yet. So that process has that file descriptor open and it's writing to it. And it's like dumping out, however much data per second. And if you look at Elasticsearch logs or something, you know that can be a lot of data, right? And then what? So you move it to another name, and then you hup the process. I know that sounds weird, but that's what you do. You hup the process. You send it a hang up. You send the process a hang up, and if the logger knows how to deal with hang ups, which it should, I can't tell you how much bad code doesn't deal with hang up events. It should. What a hang up event says is it's like, hey, all those file descriptors you have, you can define your event handler and do whatever you want to with a hup event, right? Literally anything. But what it at least should do with a hup event in the old days is hup events were used to like force an application to reload its configuration. So you have a web server running, you send it a hup event, it doesn't cancel the process. The process is still running. It's still 99.9999 uptime. And all it does is say, hey, I got this new configuration, go load it. And if there's something wrong in the configuration, your program's going to have to handle that. But it's also the same way that you should redo logs. So like if you have to start writing to a new log file, somebody sends you a hup and you're like, oh, hey, I've been dumping out to this other log file and I see now that I have a new log file, or I hang up that file descriptor, which is now a new file name, and I check for the existence of the other file name in a separate process, and I see there's no file name there. And so then I can start writing to the new file name at the new file descriptor, and I don't lose a single line of log output, no matter how fast it's coming in. Those are considerations that are not generally thought of when you're writing a shell script or even a Go code or stuff like that. And that's I'm the guy who's going to waste an hour trying to decide if I should just cat to a file or not. The whole purpose of this is because I now have the token, right? The only thing I have to do with the token is the last thing I have to do is stick it in a file that's of a consistent name. That's all I have to do. And I'm done. And so since I've got my username token file here, temp token, right? We'll call it minikube token. How about that? Mini cube token. How about this? How about Kate's minikube token? How about this? How about cube CTL minikube login minikube token? Right? That's going to be the same file all the time. It's temporary. It gets changed all the time. That can be deleted later. So it's a big ass name, but let's do that. All right. Now I can't use like a temp file. Because why? And another thing I can't do is I can't just use the generic temp directory from the Go libraries, because I have to be sure that it synchronizes with whatever gets saved in this kubeconfig file. So I'm going to be writing to /temp no matter what I'm on, whether it's on Windows. See, if I was on Windows, I should probably be writing it to, You know what? I should not write it there. No, I should write it to we should write it to, we should write it to the home directory. Can I do this? Please let me know if I can do this. I probably can't. It's got to be a /home. Can you use variables in here? I don't think you can. No, you can't. You definitely can't. So what? I don't know whether it's safer to put it in the home directory or to put it here, right? Or in temp. I think I'm going to put it in the kube directory. The reason for this is because they'll know to go in their .kube directory and look for it, right? Yeah, let's do that. All right, so this is what I was getting at. So if I do klogin, right? Now, all I have to do is have to just write that token out to that spot. And I'm good. In fact, hell, I could even just code it right now. It's not that hard. So we've got our stuff here, right? So then I just need to open up a file and write it there. I'm just trying to figure out, this is the writing part, right? Because I have a bunch of utilities for writing files, but I mean, if you do a search like, how do I write to a file in Golang? If you search for this, you'll get a bunch of wrong answers. Oh, it uses OS open. That's right. Create, and then they write to it. FS close. Yeah, there's also like write file. Yeah. These are the long-winded ways to do it. There's so many. Nope. Buffer new writer. Buffio writer. No, there's like write file these days. IOUtil is deprecated. Don't use it. Don't use this. It's been deprecated, but you can use this. All right. So that's what we're going to use. We're going to use, we're going to do error if error equals, doesn't equal nil, log.println. I hate, this is the error handling that people hate in Go. Let's not exit 1. Yep, and then we're gonna do, what is it? It's io.write file. IO, it's either IO or OS. All the IO utils I got moved to IO or .os, I remember. Yes, and then here we'll put 644 for the token. Hell no. It assumes their mask is right, but whatever. We're gonna need to read the token, so probably gonna have to cast that actually. Grant token, wait, ID token underscore token. And then we're going to write, yeah. I mean, okay, so let's just hard code it for now. I gotta derive that later though. What do we call it? kubectl login minikube token. Not happy. Why are you not happy? Oh, whoops. There we go. Undefined IO. There we go. Can I use grad type map expressive type byte? Okay, let's cast it. ID token. I should type any. Oh, I have to do an explicit. Okay, fine. Let's say bytes is. This is a Go thing. I mean, it should be a string, so. I could probably do a token here as a string. Alpha takes it. And wants byte values, yeah. I mean, this is an assertion. It's a string, so this should work. All right, there we go. Oh, whoops. Right file, yep. Boolean value is not used. It returns an error. Why am I not using the Boolean value? Oh. I mean, no. We can ignore that. Boolean value. Oh. Alrighty, so. Yep. Okay, login. Boom. Okay, get pods. Why is it prompted? Oh. It's not seeing my login stuff. No, it did the right wrong. Let's go check. Something's wrong with my path or something. What? Oh, I'm in the wrong place. There it is. There's my token. Why aren't you doing it? Minikube token. What is wrong? Oh, I think I did not finish. I don't think I finished editing this. Yes. Okay, so kubectl. Huh. Kubectl login minikube token. It's like it's not seeing it. Why are you not seeing it? I mean, let's make sure the token's okay. So wait, let's copy that to temp/token. I'm just making sure my names are right. So why is it still doing that? Oh, I changed it to foo. Oh, I'm so dumb. Why did I do that? Stupid Rob. All right. It was working the whole time. It was. I'm gonna prove it. Okay, get pods. Boom, yeah. Boom shaka laka. Shell dot kube config. So the only thing I have to do now is check for the existence of that configuration line, and if it's not there, add it. In fact, I can overwrite the stuff that's there. You are cool. Cool ask, how are you? Thank you for saying so. Makes me feel good. There we go. So that's the thing. K-login. Boom. Logged in. You know what? I didn't even type my password again because I hard coded it into my environment variables. So every time I do, I get a new thing. Yep. See how the date changes? So that is it. That is literally all I updating. So the only thing I have left now to do is update the context and update that entry in the file. And frankly, that's not that hard. Let's actually do that right now. I probably could do it really easily. Because we're just using kubectl config set context or whatever set config thing. And I just need to figure out what the equivalent of that is. I don't know. So it'd be k config user entry in kube if config. Okay. Set credentials. All right. And we have to see, please have token file. Token for the user entry in kube config. If it doesn't have oh damn. I was afraid of this. I don't think we're going to be able to pass token file. Basic auth flags. User equals basic. Bearer tokens and basic auth are mutually exclusive, okay? Client certs, bearer tokens, and basic auth. Specify a name that already exists will merge the new fields on top of existing values. Yes, that's what we want. Set a new thing. I think we just have to have token and we're done. I just have to make it, I just have to give it a, set credentials. Okay, wait. Here we go. All right, so set credentials, minikube, -- token. I want to do token file though. I do. I want to do token file. I don't think you can do it from the command line that way. Hey Greg, set the token file from kubectl command. It's not the same. kubectl JSON path. Nope, token doesn't run with permissions token. File. When I use the config, blah. I still use the cursor from config. Nope, nothing there. I mean, I think I could use it as extra auth or something. What is the command? We saw this already. It's like extra. Where did I put it? There's a way to do it. And I can't remember. Yeah. It's on one of the tutorials. Add OIDC to kube config. I think it's in here somewhere. I hate that these are so huge, but create service account token. Yep. We did this already. We did all of that. And now we need to add it to the kubectl file. There we go. That's what I wanted. See, if you do it this way, you have to put all this jazz in there. You actually don't need that. Providers that don't return ID tokens are part of the refresh token response. It should be option 2, yep. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that, because we just want a token, period. We don't want an auth provider. We don't need one. Use a token option. Pass in a token to the top and blah, blah, blah. We don't want this, though. We want that to be saved. We want to save it. Nobody knows about token equals file. That's crazy. I don't like this. I'm going to have to add it. I can't use the command. I'm going to have to add it using the YAML. I'm going to have to modify the YAML. I don't want to do that. I don't. I'm going to have to, though. Yep. It's not covered. It's not officially documented, even though it's in the source code. So that's the thing. So that is the thing indeed. There's got to be something. It's got to be something. Maybe we should look through the kconfig source code. Token for the user entry in kubeconfig. See, this is going to put. Wait. Token equals bearer token. Auth provider. Exec arg. Exec env. Exec command options password basic client. You can't do it. You have to pass the token in itself, which is lame. Lame. I don't think it's going to actually save it even. No, let's try it. Let's change this program so that it dumps the token. Okay. So rather than just writing out, let's actually have it printed. Println token. Go install. Klogin. Boom, there's the token. Okay, so now let's try this. Let's try kconfig set what? Credentials token equals klogin. Oh, minikube. User minikube set. All right, now let's check it. Yep, there it is. I mean, there are some advantages to that. So one of the advantages to that is that this config file can go anywhere, and the tokens they're included inside of it. So that's actually a pretty strong advantage. You know what I'm saying? So because if I do get pods, just to make sure it's working. Whoops. Yep. Okay, get pods. Right. That's a pretty damn strong advantage, and I think that's enough actually. Not to mention it's so freaking easy. I mean, it's really fucking easy. We could have thousands. I mean, Portia Phils was talking about this. We could have thousands of different clusters in here, and they could all just have tokens in them, and we could just continue to update this file with an updated version for that token, and rather than breaking everybody, you know. And so if somebody wanted to log into something else, they could do that. This is done. This is really good. So the command. So let's finish this. Let's finish this. Rather than writing this to a file, we don't need that anymore. Bye. Let's just call a command, shall we? And this is also not completely apparent, but like, how do you call commands, right? You probably want to use os.exec. I'm going to look it up for you. So how do I execute a command in Golang cross-platform? This is important because there's ways to do it that are in the sys library that are Linux only and Unix only, and then there's ways to do it that are cross-platform. So here we go. This is the standard command exec, and then you go ahead and run it. There is a shortcut that lets you merge standard out and standard error. But a lot of times you don't need that. It's if you are just, in our particular case, we don't really care. All we want is a return value. So there's lots of ways to do this. And stuff. So I have a shortcut for this, of course. So I forget the ones. I think mine's what is it, exec? I can't remember what it's in my Go. It's in my awesome Go project. I'd probably go get that. Git repo clone awesome Go. Oh. I'm trying to figure out the one for the execs. I can't remember where it is. Oh, all the glamour stuff. God, I love glamour. I really do love it. CView, T-cell, GoJQ, YQ, unique, scan, structs, to, slug, choose, term, YAML, JSON, Open API. Am I bonsai? Is that my bonsai here? I wrote it in my bonsai command. I can go look at that one. Yeah. I have it. It's built into my bonsai stuff too. So bonsai. There's my Z package exec. Because I use it so much that's why it's in here. Sysexec will check for the existence of the first argument and executable on the system. So, and then execute it using syscall exec. This is not compatible with other stuff. This is a very specific way to execute things that takes over send in, send out, and all the process IDs, file handles, and everything. That's a very Unix specific way to run things. You don't want to do this if you want cross compatibility. That's why I have both of these here documented in my bonsai. This is the one most people want to use right here, right? They want exec checks for the existence first of the file, first talking about executable system, and then runs it. So exec that thing in a way that supports across all architectures of Go. And that actually attaches the std in, std out of the underlying command to the system std in, std out. So that's what you want to do. This is the part I had to look up. And then there's this. This just captures the output and runs a program. So if you just know you're trying, it's like a pipe, right? So I'm going to go grab this one. This is the one I need. Again, it's just code I've already written someplace else. So wait, what's going on? We're going to go grab that. And I'm going to put that, since it's kind of an internal thing, I'm going to put that in here and call it exec cmd go. Oh, C daisy. What am I doing? Wouldn't we all like to know? Set paste. I know I should have I do have a thing for that, but I'm just not doing it. Well, what the hell did I do? Oh God, I'm so stupid. I am spazzing out today. Oh my God, Robert. I am really being spazzed today. I really am. Pause. Wait. Exec. Why is it? My terminal must be screwed up. Yeah, it's slightly off actually. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why, but this is going to work. Okay, so this has no other dependencies. This uses nothing but Go code. So it's the kind of thing that can be cut and paste. So we're good. I don't need to write testing code for this or anything. Just need to have it there. I do kind of want to run my test though. Go test. Oh, we did a token thing? We didn't get rid of it? Oh, okie doke. We need a token and then we need to write it. Do I have off tomorrow? I don't know. I asked my manager and they didn't give me an answer on that. So I don't know. We're supposed to. I think we're supposed to. But I don't know. Honestly, don't know. So I'm going to log in as if I'm at work. I know it's a federal holiday, but I think it caught our company off guard. I don't think there was enough. I don't think there was enough lead time to have them communicate it to all the managers. So I honestly don't know. If they tell me I can't charge for it, I can't bill for it, then I'll just, I don't get paid for holidays because I'm a contractor, which has pluses and minuses. I also can take off as many days as I want, as long as I tell them in advance. And it's not going to seriously impact projects and stuff. That's the downside. That's the flip side of being a contractor. Try that on salary. Just go tell your manager at a salary job you want to take 2 weeks off to train for triathlon. Unless you're working at Nike, good luck. I know that because there was a guy who actually did that, got paid for it. He was a piece of shit too. Anyway, I put that, it's on my YouTube video now that I said that. I gotta watch what I say. Then again, what am I afraid of? I am me. We need to write this token somewhere. And we're going to do that by calling a program. So internal dot exec. I don't even remember the syntax. Gotta look it up. Now, this should actually be documented now, so I can go like this. Yeah, see? See, I wrote my own documentation and it showed up in Vim and I didn't even have to have a Lua plugin. Oh my God. So, because Vim already does it. It says the first document is executable on the system. I already know how to do this. I just had to look it up. All right. The first argument is the name of the program. So, kubectl, which has got to be in the past somewhere. Right? Then what? Config. Credentials. Then minikube. And then dash token. And then the token. I'm not writing shell, Rob. I'm eating bottle caps. Do you guys know bottle caps? It's blast from the past. Oh, I got a root beer one. That was a good one. Okay. I'm almost done with this. I'm going to do something else. Like, I don't know, Witcher or something. Or maybe bike. Today's supposed to be a week off of biking. That's why I haven't been biking, in case you're wondering. I'm sure you weren't, but whatever. Go install Klogin. Uh-oh. Something failed. Oh, no. Wait a second. You know what? It's because it doesn't have my environment variable set anymore. Yeah, that's what we wanted it to do. Nice. Well, I need to print something there because I should probably print a random thing on that. Yeah. Let's fix that. Internal. Prompted in. Pass equals prompted in. I'll just put a random printle in there. Because I don't want it to be... I could... Now that needs to be an actual println, yeah. Yeah. Hey, login, Urbix, Rob. User minikube set. All set. Okay, get pods, -A. Booyah. Things are working. That is so stinking cool that it works. And you know what I love about it is there's no documentation. As I don't have to talk. Look at how simple this program is. It's like get Kubernetes password, request OIDC password auth, save it to the token file. You're done. That is it. That is all there is. I mean, if I want to, the only other thing I need to do to get fancy here is to say what realm I want, right? That's the only difference, and all the data is right here up front, so I can keep it all right here, you know. So this is so stinking simple. It's insane. I can't believe how simple this is. Wait, is this going to work with the proxy? Let's try it with the proxy. It must. Kproxy. Oh, family's home. Family's home. All right, so here we go. So we're going to do this. We're going to say destination home dot whatever. They're talking. I'm going to go talk to them in a bit. We're about ready to close up this stream here because of my family's home. I want to go talk to them. They're going to want to tell me about stuff. Curl localhost :8001. Oh wait, I'm not on the right system. I'm not. Excuse me. I need to get on there. Pod Podman exec it login bash. Let's go over here, and then let's curl localhost colon. There we go. There she blows, and then we go look for the dashboard, which has already been installed. I don't remember the dashboard login. I gotta remember it though. There it is. There's the dashboard, my friends. There is the dashboard. The dashboard is running as intended, as God intended, and everything is working. So this is just like super easy now. Yeah, everything is super easy now. And stuff. So really the only thing I need to add to this code is I need to save this code. I don't want to lose it, but I need to save, I need to assume that there's like 3 different realms with OIDC here. If I was going to do this right, actually, and I might actually do this a little bit later after the break, I might actually set up 2 or 3 different mini cubes that are different clusters with different names. And then I want to have it so I have a login I can change between those different systems. All right. I'm going to take a break here, some music. All right. So back from a break here on the YouTube. What we're going to do is we're going to make it so that this application allows you to log into 1 or more applications. Depending on what's up. And we're going to do that by putting this information here in just a very simple struct here. So I'm tempted to make a different realm and user for each one. And I don't know if I want to have different mini cubes. You know what? Let's do that. Let's make a different realm. Let's just make a different realm. Yeah, let's go ahead and try this. So we're going to go ahead and we're making 3 different realms. Yeah, let's do that. We're going to have to load up here. So if you're watching this and you just come to it and you want to know how to set up Keycloak, it's on another day. This content is all in the lab. You can go read about it. So we're going to make a new realm. Create realm. Let's make... I'm going to make a bunch of them actually. Drag a file, resource file, realm name. We're going to name one prod, create, and we're going to name another realm dev, and we're going to rename another realm inf, as in infrastructure, create. All right, so I'm going to go through what it would take. I am not backing all 3 or 4 of these realms from the same LDAP, which I eventually will do. I'm going to do that on my own time though. But so in the meantime, I'm going to create users for each of these and get good with doing that. So realm roles, I don't think we have off on access. We're modeling with the Kate's realm though, so let's go look at that. And let's go have a peek here. Let's go see here. So we have clients, realm roles, same ones as before. So let's make a new user in the imp cluster. So we're pretending like we have 3 different clusters. They all have the same. These are all authenticated against the same root CA. What I would actually like to do is give them their own subdomain. Sub root CA, but not right now. So realm roles users. Let's go ahead and make new users. Create a new user. I'm going to create a new user using required user actions. Let's see. So update password, configure required user actions. I don't know what that is. Require an action when the user logs in. Verify email, sends an email to the user. Verify email address. Nope. We don't have one. We don't have any of this stuff. If I were setting up a real one, I probably would. So we're going to have an RWX Rob user. We don't need email. No validated email. It's the same user on all 3 systems, so it's the same as if it was backed by a single LDAP provider. But I don't have that set up yet. I will later, as I said. So I'm going to be doing that. I don't have any special groups at all. This is just a thing. This identifier, though, that's the thing that shows up in SID when in the OIDC data in the token with JWT. And then we have the username and username, email verified, no. Save attributes. Don't have any attributes that we need. Set password. Yes, let's set a password. Just password. I don't care because this is just for testing. Go ahead and do that. Temporary, no. Save password for me, yes. Role mappings. These are the kind of things that I would associate with RBAC and Kubernetes. That's not what we're working on right now. Maybe I can do that later though. So that's a user. Realm settings, inf display name. Here's our endpoint information down here, our OpenIC, OIDC stuff. There's a token endpoint, realm/inf protocol OpenID, same stuff as before. Let's actually try to log in using this different realm now. So if I come down here and I say that I want to log in to inf instead, and I go install that, I should be able to do klogin and have it work. RBXRob, password. I mean, I can make it a different username. 401 authorization denied for server RBXRob. Let me try it again. RBXRob. It's probably the client ID and client secret, I'm guessing. Yeah, because we didn't set those. We also didn't set the client ID for this. Yes, that's what it is. We need a new client ID. So let's think about that for a second. So we have, let's leave the Kate's one here for a second. Kate's, comment that out. Comment this out. Obviously I'm going to put this in some other kind of data struct later. What is our thing? So we want to say mini cube inf. That's the name of our client. And we don't have a client ID, so this will fail. So we gotta fix that. We gotta add a client. So let's add our client ID. Client. We could add create a client. OpenID connect. Yes, please. Minikube -inf. Name minikube inf test. Always display in the UI. Yes. Next. We just want direct access grants and standard flow, which we're going to test later. Client authentication is off. We're going to turn that on. Authorization is on. This is going to cause us to do the login settings. So URL, we don't need any of this. Redirects are anything. And save that. We're going to do standard like open thing here. So now we have to go to credentials and add a client secret. Client ID and secret. So we're going to copy that secret out. And this should actually work. Go in here. And we're going to learn to log out with new secret. This should actually work. Go install klogin. RBXRob. Password. Assuming those are the same. Authorization server denied. Well, that's good, actually. We're getting to the bottom of this. There's something that I'm missing. Authentication. Registration clients browser. Identity providers. OpenIDC connect is defined. We got all that. User federation. Ooh, add LDAP providers. Shit. Oh, I can't wait to do that. Okay, not right now though. Client and minikube-inf. What do we got that's wrong still here? Something's wrong on our authorization. Oh, it's still Kate's. I'm so stupid. Inf. Let's try this one. Go install. Klogin. RBXRob. Password. Yay! Get pods -a. Oh, it must be logged into the server. Okay, so this is now trying to authenticate to a server that doesn't exist into a different cluster. Okay, so this is the stuff that we need to do. We need to do get context, right? Why am I getting that error? That's really weird. Exec bash -l. Tab. Okay, there we go. config get context. All right, so we just have the Minikube as the only one for the cluster, and we are not authenticating against a different cluster. I actually want to add a different cluster to my config file, and I want to add that in the code. So, yeah. What I'm going to do, so that when I do klogin, right? Klogin, if it just is klogin, it'll do the default, which is a prod. And if I do klogin dev, it will log in dev and it will add the dev cluster if it doesn't exist. And it will add a context for that cluster. And it will add a namespace matching the user identifier by default. All right. So that's what I want it to do by default. Which is all stuff we can do pretty easily. Just klogin or kubectl commands. So the question is, do we want to fire up another Minikube that is running in inf? And the answer to that is, I don't know. Let's see how hard it would be. So Minikube cluster list cluster ls. How do I see the clusters? View status. I don't know Minikube commands very well. All right, we have a Minikube-ish cluster running. What else we got? Minikube. Can we add another one? We can probably add another one. Minikube start. I'm going to start another one. I'm going to start another one. So there. -H. We got a pretty big server over here. We should be fine. Let's add. I don't know what kind of add. I have to give it a name. I don't know how to. Because I don't use this all the time. God damn, look at all these. Wait, I have a script for this. What the hell? What the hell, Rob? All right, so I can change this. I have like a Minikube here. So issue URL. Oh, look at that. Client ID. Client cert. Client secret. I think I still have it. Yep, there it is. Let's add Minikube dash inf. Let's pretend like it's an infrastructure cluster. Issuer ID, client ID. We should probably do OIDC client secret. I don't know if that's necessary, but we're going to add it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Preferred username, issuer URL. Okay. We need to give it a name. What should we name it? I mean, I don't know. We should say name. Wait. Name. It should be the same as the client ID. So how do we do that? I don't know. Minikube start -H. Oh damn, forgot about that. Start a cluster, APIs, options. So ugly. What? What? Why is it IIP server names, IP supports? How do I change the name? Did you only get one Minikube? You can do another one, yeah? How do I add a new Minikube? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I should know. KVM, mount string, mount port, mount options. It's probably dash name. I mean, Wait timeout. Start flags options. Use Minikube options for list of global command line options. Okay, I'll do that. Damn, that's a lot of options there. Dash user, specified user extension. Following can be passed to any command. Log file. Profile Minikube. The name of the VM being used. This can be set to allow having multiple instances of Minikube independently. All right, so it's -p. It is -p, my friends. Start dash whatever the hell. So let's do this. Dash profile equals client ID. Just for the sake of doing what I'm doing here. Yeah, and so that should actually work. Yep, that should make it. Yep. Minikube-inf. We're going to have like multiple VMs running, so this might... I'm glad we moved to the server because I wouldn't be able to have multiple Kubernetes clusters running concurrently if I weren't using Minikube. So the thing that's really cool about this is I can script bringing up an entire simulated multi-cluster environment using Minikube. In fact, I'm going to have to modify that script right there to do that very thing. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is going to give us an IP, a different IP. So what we're actually, the reason I'm doing this is because I want the kspace login command to actually detect a host argument, and if found, and automatically populate the context and the cluster. Oh, damn. Extra if you have default namespace by default. Secret equals blah, command not found. What? Do I need a secret? I probably don't even need one. I don't know though. I'm guessing I don't need one. Minikube client secret configuration secret client. Nope. Client ID. Minikube client ID. I guess we don't need the secret. Nope. It's not needed. It's not needed. What do you know? Start it. Very interesting. All right. So what? Updating the running KVM. Oh, I probably have to delete it. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. No, I learned this the hard way. Minikube delete -p Minikube. What? Minikube inf. Removed all traces. Nice. All right, now we shall start the Minikube back up for the infrastructure cluster. We're going to start two more Kubernetes clusters, and then we're going to make it so our keylogin actually updates the right context and can cluster data for those, including IP information, actually, which may or may not be in somebody's kubeconfig file. So we can actually override existing cluster information by just using kubectl config set whatever and add that to the existing thing, which is going to be much more sustainable. Please don't die. Please don't die. No whammies. No whammies. You can do it. I know you can. I know you can do it. Here you go. You can do it. Try really hard. Oh. Yep, there we go. Nice. All right, so now we have two clusters running. Minikube status. We have to use a different status. Actually, let's do this. Let's do -p Minikube -inf. And we have those two running. Okay. So that's good. Now what? So the problem is that I'm going to have to change my .kubeconfig to point to the new cluster, right? So I don't know what its IP is. That's going to be information. They still have the same shared CA, so that's going to be fine. And all the clusters are going to have the same CA shared, so that's not an issue. Yeah. Provider minikube.sigs.kates.io. That's interesting. Cluster info. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I had 2 clusters here. I'm going to try it right now. I'm going to figure out what that command looks like. So I don't know what this cluster looks like. The only way to know that would be to look at .kubeconfig, which unfortunately has been completely overwritten with the new one. Oh, wait, no. It added it. It didn't overwrite it. Oh my God, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. I mean, that's so beautiful. I am so glad it did that. It even took the same CA. Damn. That is so cool. Wow. Wait, did I point it to that CA during the startup? I think I did. No, I didn't. Oh, yes, I did. You know why? Because it was in .minikube already, minikube certs. So when I made the new one, it added it. Wow. Okay. This is information that I did not know before. All right. So all I really need is the IP. So we just need to add this cluster to the config file, and we need to figure out what that command looks like, right? We don't need the extensions. Interesting, though, that the cluster name, is that an extension? Yeah, it is. It doesn't have a name. So kget kconfig content. I'm just curious. Cluster miniconf. How does it know what its name is? How does it know what its name is? Oh, because it's right here. Oh, so it is the thing. So there's cert authority and there's name. Aha. Okay. So over here we can do this. We can kconfig set cluster. Whoopsie. Kconfig tab. Set a cluster entry in kubeconfig. Okay. Set cluster. I don't know. What comes next? Server for the cluster entry in kubeconfig. Server must be the IP information. Proxy URL, don't need it. Embed certs, don't need it. Certificate authority, kind of need it. I mean, I need it, but I don't need it in my final program. Yeah. TLS server name, we don't need any of those. We can just do server. Yep. Server equals ... and then blah. Yes, this here. Also a name. Right? Okay, so it wants a name. So we're going to say minikube -inf. Nice. So kconfig get context should have 2 now. It does not have 2. It only has 1. Because we only added the clusters. Get clusters. Okay, so we have to add a context. I am doing this on purpose by hand because I'm going to do these commands from Go in just a sec. Set cluster, we're going to say set config, set context, minikube inf, -- namespace equals same name as me, so RDBX Rob. Yeah, that's kind of new stuff. Auth info. Auth info is going to be, I think this is user. I think it is. I think it's user. User equals minikube.inf. cluster equals minikube dash inf, and that's it. Okay, get context. There we go. Nice. Okay, so that's the command I have to do. I'm going to go copy that command, put it in my Go code before I forget it. Where the hell am I? Main. I'll put that in there. All right, so. And then what else did we do? We did a set cluster, right? Set cluster minikube inf, and then we had server equals whatever. I should probably get these as DNS entries. This is one of the things I want to bring up in my lab that I've been waiting on. I need to bring up a DNS server so I can add that stuff quickly to my servers. I mean, I could probably just add a couple entries right now, but then I'd have to give out certs for them and stuff too. No, because the root CA is set, so I don't need to do that. I'm trying to decide if it's worth the effort to go add some localized home dot whatever subnet IP addresses in my. It would take me a few seconds to add it, but no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I need to just, again, I'm just trying to do multi-user. Oopsie. Copy this guy here. Place that here. So, I mean, that's just for now. I mean, that stuff does not change, obviously, in an actual environment. So yeah, but we're going to go ahead and change it a lot. So we need to set the cluster server, so that's good. We need to set the context, and then we need to set the auth. So the last thing we need to do is the auth, and we've already done the auth down here. So that will be kconfig set credentials minikube inf dash token equals whatever, and that be the OIDC token. All right, so that's all we really have to do for each one we're logging into. This is going to be a really easy program. So yeah, all right, I just have to capture that in there. Let's actually test it to see if it works. Okay, get pods, actually config get contexts, and I need to set my context to the other one. I don't think I'm authenticated for the other user yet, though. You know, I wish I could save the issuer URL into the. Actually, that's what the OIDC stuff actually does. So if I were to do this without using a token, I mean, we've decided that we want to refresh the token every time. But if I wanted to do this as an auth provider using OIDC provider, I could actually save the issuer URL in the configuration file and then just re-authenticate by using the data that's already there. But because I'm not looking up that data every time, that's staying hard-coded in the command. That also allows me to keep the client ID from having to be configured like kube login requires. So I'm good having to do that. I don't mind doing that. All right, so it does mean I'm going to have to change my context in terms of logging in, though. Let's see, let's do set context. Current equals mini cube inf. You kind of specify the context name and dash current. Oh. All right, so get context. What the hell? Why am I not remembering how to do this? Okay, config. You know what? Set minikube, set context. Let's actually call it inf instead of -inf. Okay, config. Delete context. Minikube dash inf. Okay, config context. There we go. And okay, config. I never remember this. Set context. Oh wait. No, what is it? Active? It's active context or something. Use context inf. Okay, get pods. See, it's still using the old authentication because we did not yet add the credentials, right? So dot kubeconfig, and we don't have them yet. So I need to do that. So let's actually do it. This is our program. Our program's gonna do these three things. So we set credentials for minikube. We're gonna hard code this. So for this, let's just go ahead and do it. Let's say set credentials for inf, and we're gonna do the token. We're gonna grab the token, and we're getting it from realms inf minikube dash inf. So that should be good. Go install. Okay, login. RBX rob password. Inf set. All right. K get K config. Get contexts. Yep. K get pods dash a. Uh-oh. That means it didn't get written to the config file the way we want. I mean, it might be because of the namespace. Let's go check that. That cube config. Inf token. Oh, I know what's going on. So we haven't granted any stuff there. So yeah, let's change it to default namespace. Yeah, it's trying to say. Well, first, why is it prompting? Is it because it's a different namespace? Okay, config set context current namespace default. Why is it prompting for password again? I don't understand. Get cluster cube inf. I wonder if it's because I changed it to inf name. Must be. Yeah, because it doesn't match the name down here. That's the problem. Let's change them all. So inf. That's the problem. Cluster. Oh, here we go. Happy Father's Day, tiny file. Default namespace. User. INF user minikube. Yes. Okay, so I think that's good. Okay, get pods. Yep, there we go. All right, so now I just can't find the cert. That's fine. That's different. Signed by an authority, because we don't have the CA authority for that cert. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, because that's my own doing. That'll not be a problem in our main one. So we need to add that to this cluster. That's just for this purpose, not for long term. So get pods. Okay, so it's forbidden. Now this is expected because we need to add an admin cluster user ID for that user. So where are we? So we need to get back onto the. Nope, that's not it. We need to get back onto here. Yeah. All right. So let's see. What? Config. Okay, I'm in minikube inf. Okay, so this is where I need to do the cluster admin role thing, and I'm going to authenticate it against it. So that's going to be k cluster admin cluster create cluster admin role binding OIDC admin this is the final thing, so to get it so we can authenticate against our cluster. So we need to make it a I think we want to do, I can't remember if it's cluster role. It is. Okay, so cluster role cluster admin, which is in a cluster role already. I could do system basic user and I need to give it the name and I don't remember it. I think it's dash name. Yeah, OIDC : RWX Rob. Damn it. I have this someplace else. Let me go look at the other one. There it is. OIDC cluster admin. Cluster role user. God, I was so close. I was so close. All right, so this should work now. It must be logged in. How come I'm not logged in? Okay, log in. Password. Get pods -8. Yes, are in. Okay, so so we now have 2 clusters running. Let's go through the process of setting up a 3rd cluster, just for fun, and then we're gonna write all those things off. I don't know how many minikube sessions. So ver shls. I think it's the list. There we go. So we have 2 minikubes. We have 2 virtual machines running KVM. So we're going to actually end up with 4 of them. Let's see if I kill my server over here. I should have plenty of space for this, but this is kind of fun. Emulating this multi. Look at that, man. 35% CPU. But this is, this is a pretty hefty box, so I should be fine. Load average is totally fine. Could not have done any of this had I not done it this way. God bless Minikube on KVM. I'm actually becoming a huge fan of Minikube on KVM actually now. So, this has been going really good. All right, so let's spin up another server, shall we? How do we do it? Well, this is good practice for me. So here's Keycloak. We've already got our different realms. We did inf realm for our infrastructure cluster. We did dev and Kate's. Kate's is our master cluster, so that will be prod. We can actually change the realm. That might be worth doing. Let's do that. Let's change this to be prod and save that. That's going to break a ton of stuff that I just set up, but that's okay. Got all my keys. These don't anybody worry. I'm not doxing anything. This is all internal practice stuff. So here's my endpoint, my well-known OpenID configuration endpoint. So now we see it says prod there under realms. If I were going to do this right, I'd probably put it behind an ingress of some kind, like a reverse proxy, and it would usually say auth realms. There's a part of me that wants to set up Keycloak inside of Kubernetes, as some people do, but we're going to skip that for now. So anyway, we got this. We updated this realm. Let's actually fix our other stuff so we can have multiple realms. The goal here is that I'll be able to do this. I'll be able to take k login prod, right? And it will know exactly what to log in. It'll grab the information. It'll go to the right Keycloak provider, OIDC provider. It'll update the token in the right place and add the context that doesn't exist. That is the goal. In fact, we know enough about what those commands are going to look like now that we can write that code pretty easily. Okay, so let's go ahead and write that. Let's create a structure that's hard-coded into this binary so that I have, things like client ID and stuff built in. And go from there. So we're going to create a struct, a constant struct that it's just got all this data in it. So let's call it, and it doesn't really have to match the structure of the stuff from the providers and other stuff like that. It just needs to be data we can understand. So let's call it, let's call it, we could call it clusters or cluster login info or something like that. We could say OIDC cluster I don't know what we could call it. We could say, what should we call it? Cluster login. We could just say clusters. It's internal. We don't give a shit, right? Yeah. Why am I making this a thing? It's a map string NA. Actually, I could predefine it as a map string. That would be cool. I can make it a constant. I can make it anything. It doesn't matter. Map string. Don't have to do any casting that way. So we're going to make a map string, and it's going to be cluster info. That's all. I know that's the lamest name ever. I don't care. The cluster first one is prod. Prod will be the first. Yep. Prod will be the first. Yeah, we could actually do, this is like default prod. I know, this is like, I'm just passing in a configuration kind of thing, really. Prod is going to be its own map string. Oh wait, we got a map string any, don't we? Oh, man. I'm having a hard time just making this a struct and calling it a day. Yes, let's do that. All right, so let's do a type. Let's just do a type. We really don't need that much stuff, right? So cluster info. We have the issuer, UIDC issuer URL. I might have to just elevate this actually. Cluster info. We have a the OIDC issuer URL, right? That's a string. we have the we could have the default namespace. Make that a string. We could have the name, short name, string. And this is kind of my own stuff. So prod HTTPS home.rex.gg : 8443/realms/prod default namespace user. We'll make the name user a special thing. And so what else we got? We have we need the server actually, so we need the API server URL. HTTPS just 150.132. I mean, these are definitely supposed to be more serious, and this is why I considered adding some of my local. I could make a prod.home.rdbx, a prod.k3s.home.rdbx.gg, and give it this IP address and assign it. I could do that if I really wanted to. The problem is that Minikube assigns them randomly. It doesn't. I mean, unless I pass it in as a server URL. When I started Minikube, I could actually provide that as a startup parameter. Yeah. That might be worth doing. Because then we're all in the same DNS, you know? I wonder, how would I do that? So that would be start, it'd be extra config. What would it be? It would be Minikube start, and then it would be server, right? Yeah. It would be server start something. So, Minikube, no, Minikube, cube start -h. It would be profile, service cluster IP range. Ooh. I'm guessing it would be. Let's see, the namespace to activate after start. Okay. It's the exposed port. Stalker and Podman driver only. Oh, okay. What is that? Host only CIDR. CIDR may be used for the Minikube VM. Oh, VirtualBox. Certificate root CA. We don't need that. Don't need any of that. QEDM API server. API server. I bet it's API server. I bet API server is the one. But then we would have to make sure that Minikube assigns the right IP to it. So we need to figure that out. As it stands, Minikube is just giving it just randomly. It's pulling it out of DNS. When it kicks off a new KVM box, it's pulling down a DHCP server off the root, off of the LAN root 9 network. So I don't know how to keep it from doing that. API server IP addresses, which are used to generate certificate for Kubernetes. I don't know if this is going to be doable. DNS domain. No, cluster DNS, definitely not. I don't know how to get it to do that. All right, we'll search Minikube to use specific server IP. Oh, we already did this. Adds a host intro name to host Minikube internal. What? It's fucking with my Etsy hosts. It better not be. It's got to be on the VM. URL. Minikube service web. So if you expose your deployment using no port service makes available on the external IP of Minikube VM. Show only from the perspective of VM. Let's SSH in Azure. I don't want to export it to the public. Minikube service web URL. It does some magic to set that up, and that's why I don't think we can tell what one to use. I don't think we can tell it what one to use. You know, it depends on the backer as well. That's the problem. So Minikube IP -p. Okay, so to get the URL of a specific service, we need that ready. Persistent Minikube volumes, don't want to do that. I need to eventually, but not now. Dashboard URL. I need that. Wait. Enabling dashboard. What, it wasn't enabled before? Oh shit, it automatically installs the dashboard. Oh my god. That is so cool. Reload. It's not going to work because it's 127. I need to proxy that. Yeah. I need to proxy that. (41393). I seriously doubt that that's port forwarded. Seriously doubt. Yep. That's cool. Did not know that. Okay. What was I doing? Go away. Yes. Don't want dashboard. We want. I went to 3. We're not doing that. Oh, should we do a port? We should do an SSH port forward. That would be easy. Yeah, we can do that too. I don't want to do that though. I mean, that's all cool stuff, but no. How to create and start a local Minikube. configure the minikube IP. I don't think you can set the minikube IP. Okay, fine. Enough of this. We're not going to be able to synchronize the IP across applications, so there. I'm considering making it so that this software that we're writing can be used like Cube login, but has like predetermined stuff. I really want to be able to pull that file off our localized network, but because then we could update it with different cluster information, but they're not going to go for that. So yeah. So anyway, let's go back to what we were doing. So short name, prod. API server URL, ID is your URL, default namespace user. Token. We're not going to hard code a token in there, obviously. Client ID. String. In our case, it's minikube prod right now, right? And client secret, which we don't have a client secret, actually. We don't need one. No, we do. We do for the OIDC provider stuff. Yep, we need that. If we have secrets enabled. They're not actually secrets, everybody. Nobody freak out. Especially since we're using red type passwords. It's only secret information if it's actually used in client credential authentication versus grant owner resources auth flow. So there we go. I mean, that's it, right? We don't need anything more than that. That's it. That's all we need. That is really it. In fact, it's so much it that I'm going to put it in here. Auth, go, RESPECT. Wait, I don't think we do that anymore. Oh, I think this is new now. I think we're doing, we're not calling it that. I think we're calling it, wait. Where did I put that? Is that in? Is interactive, text interactive, prompt. Wait, did I break it? Oh, it might not be the first time. Where did I define that? Oh, I made its own thing. Okay. Yeah, never mind. There it is. Okay. Yep. Okay, so cluster info. And only the high level metadata for obtaining an owner and OIDC owner resource password grant resource owner flow grant the OIDC issuer URL is used for OIDC discovery of other URLs, etc. Okay, so now strictly speaking, we could probably store a token in here. Let's actually do that. So we're going to have an ID. What is it? ID token. So yeah, we're not going to actually write any of that stuff. That ID token is like super dangerous to make accessible to other stuff. But we do need it. The only reason I put it there is because I can populate it and I don't have the one thing to use. Right? I actually don't. If I don't put it there, then people won't be. We don't need that there. Never mind. We don't need that. And requesting client token. Let's see. Tokens for use in case authentication. It's funny that it uses auth tokens and not the other ones. I don't know why that is. It's kind of cool though. All right, so good to go. Yeah, main. So now we can actually redefine a bunch of these. So we could say const internal. We could say clusters. I don't even really need to be that. Clusters equals internal dot C info cluster info. And then we need to make, so this makes one of a cluster info. Then what we need, we're gonna have cluster info is an array. No, cluster info is like one of a cluster. So we need an array of cluster infos. Or we need to key them named cluster infos, you know what I mean? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do map string cluster infos. And this string is going to be prod. And it's going to point to, I think I can get away without this, but I don't know. We'll see. Internal cluster info. This is the hard-coded stuff. So, short name, prod. Then what? Issuer. All right, so All right. We have short name. We have API server URL, which is hard coded for now, but that's obviously not going to be hard coded. Minikube IP. There's a server. Minikube API server. SP Minikube. What is it? API server? What is it? It's URL? What is it? IP, I think it's IP dash URL. Something like that. Mm-hmm. And the node to get IP. Minikube IP. I don't know how to look this up. Minikube view. Minitube. View. Defaults. Yes, that view. I don't know what that is. I don't know. We'll figure it out. 192.168.133 844 3 OIDC server URL. RBX.gg. These are all the same. It might be different though. That's the thing, depending on what you're on. Elms prod. You could probably make this default def namespace. That one's kind of long. User. Actually, if it's not, let's say, if the default namespace is not defined, we'll default the namespace to the end user ID. Yep. That's better. Client ID colon minikube dash prod. Client secret. Let's go get the client secret. Wrong thing. Here we go. So prod client key. Where are you? Client. Oh, we don't have a client yet. Prod doesn't have a client yet. Oh, wait. We haven't done anything of that. No, we don't want prod. Prod is, no. We're going to rename the other one to prod. Yeah, prod's going away. Realm settings. Prod needs to die. How do we do that? How do we remove one? Delete. Is it this realm and all data associated? Yes. All right. Kate's realm settings. Change this to prod. Save. Clients. Minikube. This can change to minikube prod dash prod. Authentication URL is on. Client credentials. Save that. Client credentials should be on. Come on, baby. There you are. Client ID and secret. Copy that. And put that in here. So this is good. So that stuff can go away now. Internal auth echo. We're going to drop the default namespace. Wait, def namespace. Okay. Issue client secret. All right. Good. And so there, we've got a single cluster info defined. Let's see here. Let's see. It's not constant. I was afraid of that. We have to do a var declaration. I was afraid. Because maps you can't do this way. YDC array is a struct literal of type blah. Oh wow. Well, maybe that can't fix that. Let's see. It's one of a cluster of this actually should be fine. What the hell? Value of type map string whatever is not a constant. It isn't a constant. It can't. It's got to be a var. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a var. OIDC server URL is a struct literal type. Oh, API server URL, OIDC issuer URL. Hey, Cybergenic. Thank you, Brom. Cybergenic. This is just logging into Kubernetes. Just messing with my kubeconfig file. It's very, very simple code at this point, now that we've got all the research done behind it. I think it's going kind of quickly now. It's all downhill from here because I know exactly what we need to do. Most of this work this last week has been researching how to do this the simplest way possible, and I've got all of those answers now. So now it's just downhill work. Just got to finish the code and wrap it up, you know. So yeah, it's probably the kind of thing I could put music on and just do it, just knock it out. But so I'm hard coding in all the relevant data in here. And now let's actually add another. Let's do another one for dev. And we're going to say this. We're going to say, I mean, let's make, there's prod. Let's make an inf. And then we're going to make a, so we have 3 clusters we're adding. Oh, wow. Only laptop, no PC. Well, great time to hack, watch movies, right? Prod dev inf. Okay, so dev, I don't know what the IP is going to be yet. We'll change that. It's going to be the same issuer. Dev. Client ID is going to be MediaCube dev. And I'll have to make a new one here. Inf is already done, so we'll fill that up. Inf cluster is done already. Let me go find it. Inf, where's my realm for inf? Inf client inf, no, create realm inf. Realm settings for inf. Login, general, clients on inf, mcube inf, minikube-inf. We have client authentication on, yes. Credentials, client and secret. Grab that secret key. You don't need that if you don't have it. If it's not confidential, it doesn't give you a key. It doesn't require one. Minikube prod will be inf down here. This will be inf, and we already have an inf cluster. Wow, thanks for the sub. No battle. Let's go down here and look at our Minikube license, our Minikube profiles. Minikube profile list, I think. There we go. So we have a Minikube inf VM driver on this IP. Okay, so that's the 150.133. 150.133. Okay, so is that inf? Yeah. And it's active is like which kubeconfig it's working on. All right, so that's all good. Did I get that IP port right? Yeah, 51. This one, however, is different. That one's wrong. That's 3965. 3965. The cool thing about this is I can just swap in my values from work later. I don't need them. So I got my stuff there. We need to create one more cluster, and we're going to log into these clusters by default. Once we get this done, so we need to configure our last realm for dev. So that has not been configured. We'll go to dev here, dev realm settings, dev user managed access. No, wait. No, wrong thing. Clients. Okay, here we go. We need to make a client, create a client. We're going to call it minikube-dev. Minikube dev test. Next, capabilities, authentication, yes. Authorization, yes. Direct access grant is what we're using. We're going to write a standard flow as well later, but right now just direct access grants. We don't want a web dependency. We're going to allow all the redirect URLs because we don't use them at all for owner resource password grant. Authentication, and we are good to go. So we do need to grab our credentials, put this into our client seeker for dev, and we'll look up we're going to have to fire up a Minikube to go with this Keycloak authentication server that we just made. So we need to start up another Minikube Kubernetes instance. And this time we're going to save off the information. We're going to fire up another one. I actually should probably put all this into one, but for right now, we'll just combine it. So this is going to be dev. This is dev. The rest is the same. Start. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. No, good. It got it. I thought I didn't provide the name. Oh, whew, okay. Unfortunately, that means I'm going to have to do this now, though. Minikube delete p minikube dash dev. I thought I didn't provide the name. All right, so we'll start up that guy. That needs to start. We probably need to make this so it starts all three Kubernetes clusters at the same time. Minikube is a way of firing up a Kubernetes cluster using kubeadm locally. And it's particularly good on KVM-backed systems because it's very robust. I've been really enjoying it. Kind versus Minikube, they have their different purposes. One of the things that's really great about Minikube, though, is that Minikube
actually follows the kubeadm installation procedure, and you can actually see that in the logs. I found that out the other day when something went wrong, and I could see the logs. It was very cool. So here we are. So why am I using it? Because I am simulating a multi-cluster environment by popping up 3 clusters using Minikube with different profiles on a virtual machine host. And that's spectacularly useful because I can actually test things that are designed to manage multi-user login, which is exactly what I'm doing right here. And I mean, it's really great. I think Minikube's kind of won over kind for me for most purposes. Minikube profile list, and you'll see there's our 3 VMs running with their different IPs, and these are all running on the cluster. And I can update my IP for, wait, that says Minikube instead of prod. We probably need to start up a prod one. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do Minikube. Minikube. I'm gonna have to add the OIDC cluster role bindings as well. I should probably script that. So Minikube delete -p Minikube, and then I'll start up a new one. I'm going to start up a profile that says prod, and I'll change that. Minikube. This is I've been just changing the values in this, but I probably should do that, and then add the OIDC, and then add the cluster role binding step as well. That's probably the way I should do this. So. Wait, what? It didn't do the right thing. Damn it. I'm going to have to get rid of all. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. I forgot to change the name and I just blew away my other one. Yeah, because it used the same client ID. I need to stop doing that. Okay, so... All right. I'll write this fastly. Start Kate's. Start Minikube. How about this? Minikube. Start. How about that? Root CA doesn't matter. I probably should do the root CA thing. No, I don't need to do that right now. No. Don't tempt me. Okay, so that client ID is not a thing. Minikube start. Okay, so we're going to... I'm making this a proper function. All right, so... we need to do... I think that we make the profile match. I'm trying to figure out what conventions to use here to make things easier. Sure. Profile. Yeah. Profile equals $1 -e CE. Test dash n profile. Anyway, so Sugar's profile, client ID. We don't need a client ID actually. Yes, we do. Client ID equals minikube profile. Okay, profile equals profile. Issuer URL equals issuer for username. Client ID. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's do this. Let's first of all, I mean, this is really dirty. Delete -p profile. Start profile. Yep. I'm going to do that. Yep. I'm using, hey, how's it going, Porchville? I'm using Keycloak, Docker-based Keycloak, Podman-based Keycloak. Yeah, it's really good. It's really, really good. I actually have it's all in my lab. If you want to go look at the startup script for that, it's pretty cool. It's pretty damn cool. It took us a while to get it, but check it. That's all it takes. It's so stinking cool. This fires up Keycloak with a root CA and all the stuff necessary to provide an OIDC provider so you can simulate authentication using OIDC. I love that I have that. It's very nice. Okay, so right now I'm spinning up 3 different Kubernetes clusters with one command and deleting the previous ones and resetting them. So for I in prod dev inf do minikube start I done, and then I'm going to do minikube profile list. This should bring up my entire Kubernetes infrastructure in one command for 3 clusters, all authenticated against the same OIDC server provider with separate realms. Keycloak's my CA. Yeah, actually, no, I made my own CA. Keycloak is, I have a root CA and interim CA, and Keycloak is being fired up using the interim CA. Yeah, the creation of the CA and the keys and all that, that's a separate thing. We have that under a script as well. So that is make CSR, etc. We use an OpenSSL for all this stuff. That's in there too. That's all in my lab. github.com/rbxrob/lab under K8s/keycloak-login. So if you want to go look at that, I'll be going into more detail into that when I mess with my own server here, but I kind of like this because where this is ending up is it's ending up that I can spin up simulated multi-cluster environments with a couple commands without using Ansible or anything. I used OpenSSL, but I didn't want to. I'll use CFSSL. I mean, I did OpenSSL because that's what everybody has, and I need to learn it. But OpenSSL is really only good for viewing certs on stuff that we haven't installed as something else. You like stepca? I don't know about that. Everybody's got their favorite. So I have no comment. I've been kind of wooed by easy RSA lately. Everyone says use CFSSL. I'm trying to. I do think now that using a more modern tool for dealing with certs is probably better because you're going to be less error prone, therefore less mistakes. You don't want to make mistakes in your root CA. or even your intermediate CAs. You really don't, right? And step CA hooks into Keycloak too. Interesting. I'm not using Keycloak to manage certs, by the way. That's not a part of the equation. Oh, actually, did we finish our? Well, that's spinning up. Let's go see if Keycloak is good. We got our ID and secrets for Keycloak credentials. We've got. That's good. That's embedded. I think I need to create a user over here. I don't think I've created users on any of them. Nope. We're going to require user actions none. Artifacts Rob, no email, create. That's fine. Email verification. I don't need any of that actually. I do need credentials though. Password equals password. This is all internal. Don't anyone panic. It's my little teeny tiny containerized lab. So, groups, sessions, events, don't need any of that. I already have a client established. Mini dev dev, mini client kube dev. Realm is all good. Let's check out our infrastructure realm. I think it is done as well. Inf internal endpoint login client. Do we have a client? Yes. Inf. Inf has credentials. Yes. Okay. User. Do we have user for here? Yes. Good. Okay. And then prod. I think prod was already done. Oh no, wait. Prod's new, I think. Prod. What? Let me check here. Client. Minikube prod credentials. Client certain settings. Users might be missing actually. Nope, it's there. Users and prod. Okay, so we have something for everything. And we're just waiting for our Kubernetes clusters to spin up. 3 different Kubernetes clusters running on KVM. And there's a bunch of stuff left over that I need to get rid of. Let's actually get rid of those now. I love that my system can handle all of that. That's kind of cool. Minikube, couldn't do that on my streaming box like I started doing. Delete Minikube dev. Oops, that's -p Minikube dev. And -p Minikube inf. And that should give us Minikube profile list. And let's just make sure all the IP, these are all brand new IPs, so I need to change those into my hard-coded. This is hard-coded on purpose because it's simulating creating a login tool, a plugin, a kubectl login plugin that already knows about the client IDs and different API cluster issuer URLs and stuff. That's why I'm doing this. 7.8.28. Actually, let's do some of this. All right, so dev, there's dev. I would copy this over another way if I could, but I can't. So there, the OIDC URL is the same. It's just this one's on dev because we have a different realm. Secret is to say is already there. I already did that. This IP is going to be different because I changed it. So let's look at the prod URL. 192.76. Oops. And I mean, I can just look at it. It's not that bad. Prod. Oh wait, 39.76. And inf is 83.223. 83.223. Okay, so the rest of these are the same. Client secrets are all good. And go install to put it into my binary k login. Now okay, so this, all right. So I haven't actually, I put all this information in here, but I haven't done anything with it yet. So then I need to actually do the calls. So let's go for that. Let's just jump right in and do that. We're so close to being done with this entire project. So I've got the secrets are not secrets. They're in this case because we're using auth-type password grant, resource owner password flow, which does not care about the secret. So embedding it and revealing it is not dangerous. You can actually change it from confidential to public on the client ID, and you don't even need a secret. It completely allows you to eliminate it. We tested that actually. It was a reasonably valuable discovery just from having KeyCloak running in my home environment. So next, now what we need to do is we need to actually set up all this stuff when somebody logs in. So first of all, we're going to get the username and password for the Kubernetes. And then we need to, let's actually write this out. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious, but this is the part where we actually get the OIDC password auth. And then, assuming we get the auth, actually, that's good. We should probably not do anything if we don't get the auth, right? Yeah, let's do that. Let's check that. So this is going to match whatever they're doing. So this program only takes one argument, which is what I love. I don't have to use Cobra or flags or anything. It only takes one argument. The argument of what cluster they want to log into. The end. Which is going to be a great simplification all by itself to the code. They just need to put this program into their login machine box, and they don't even care about the help. So, I mean, that's literally it. Take this binary, put it in your path. You're done. And you can log into the clusters, knowing what to do. So if they can't do that, I don't know what to do. So we have to, first of all, we have to define the default. So we'll say this. We'll say, so the first thing is we want to say what cluster are we using, right? So we'll say cluster. We'll just say cluster, right? Cluster equals os.args 1. Actually, we'll say cluster equals prod by default. And then if os.args, if the length of os.args is greater than 1, because the first argument is the command name, then what? Then the cluster equals os.args 1. And so we get the username and password. We grab the information from this map, the CInfo map. So then we can do this. We can say, so instead of realm server, we could say, actually, this is going to get really nice and pretty. CInfo cluster. And then we have minikube dash info. So yeah, that's client ID, right? Oh wow, those are like, so this is a cluster. Wait, CInfo. Hell, I could just make it a. I mean, I don't want to have to type that a million times. All right. So let's do this. Cluster equals this. We could do this. We could say just C. C equals CI cluster info equals CInfo cluster. And it looks it up. I mean, if it's not there, it's going to throw an error, but actually we should probably do that. Has, if not has, we need to throw an error. Yeah. We need to do that. different error, FMT error F. Locate info for cluster. Cluster. Back to the Borg. Yes. Okay, so that covers that. So down here we have CI dot IDC issuer URL, CI dot client ID, CI dot client secret. And that is all. Make sure we have that. Get a password grant for that. Client ID, client secret. Yep. Okay, so and we're gonna do some updates and context and stuff later. But first of all, let's just test our login ability and see if that actually works. Yep, let's try this. Let's just try this for now. Go install. Probably got a bug here somewhere. Oh, I spelled it wrong. OIDC. Whoopsie. Okay, login. Username RWXRob. Password. Okay, get config context. All right, so there we are. We're inf. Oh, we need to set the. We're going to build a new cluster. Now, actually, if we do kget pods, it'll fail because it doesn't know what to talk to. Let's go look in our kubeconfig file. It needs to have a cluster added. It doesn't have a cluster for that added yet. That's what we have to add. So this added, yeah, it added the imp cluster, but it has the IP. Okay, that's good. I don't think it's the same IP anymore though. It's not. It's 192.83, so it's different. So, okay, that's super important. We need to make sure to do that command right now. So that's something we had to do anyway. So set credentials. We need to do that. We need to set the credentials. We need to config set cluster for this CI dot short name. I'm going to get rid of the short name. Name internal auth name. All right. So we got name. So down here we can say, okay, kubeconfig set credentials, ci.name. Look, we set the cluster. The cluster we're going to set to I don't remember. Okay, so server, and the server is the CA dot API server URL. We don't need the CA because that's going to be defaulted to it. I did want to test it, but that's no longer needed in this particular test. So we got the cluster in there. Now we got the token in there, and then we had to add it. We have to add a context. So kubeconfig set context for this name, and we're going to say namespace is going to match the end user. So we're going to set the namespace to match the user. And actually, yeah, and then the name is a short name. And what else? The cluster should be ci.name. Did I get that right? I should probably put these on their own line. I think that's it, actually. ID token grant. Yep, that's token only. It should actually be the last thing we do. Set cluster server CPI name, set credentials, and the namespace. What else do we need? We have the name. Oh, we need to set the I mean, I think the credentials maps to the cluster automatically by name, so I think we're good there. Can do log fatal. Does that exit? Yeah, I guess it could. Yeah. Is that fatal sequence to print followed by a call to oh. Nice. Save me some time. Thank you for that. I don't use that very much, obviously. This one is an error though. So yeah. Actually, I don't need that. I don't need that as an error. Is fatal with printf? Does it do printf? No, it just says print. Oh, it does do a printf. We're gonna find out. It all right. This is great. Whew. All right, go install. I doubt it's gonna work, but oh my god. Okay, log in. It worked. Why are you sound so surprised? Context prod created. And so that did all of prod. Okay, get pods. It can't find the IP still. Yeah, let's take a look at what it did to the kubeconfig file before we decide how come it's fucked up. Okay, so it added a prod. It did not add the root CA to it. Yeah. Also it's named Minikube. What the hell? Why is the name Minikube? Name inf, name prod, name Minikube. We got to get rid of these clusters. They need to have the certificate, their certificate authority put in there, but other than that, it makes me wonder if I should put certificate authority data inside of the thing. You know what I mean? So like if I Why does it say default? I'm getting rid of all these. Current context. I mean, it updated the tokens. Look at that. The tokens are nice and pretty. Uh-huh. We can delete this guy. Token authentication is working, so that's good. So let's just got to do the other stuff. Okay, log in. All right, so it added our server. It did not add the root CA, which we probably need to add. It added a context for prod. Oh, look at that. Huh. What is it? Is it dash dash? Is it? I think it's auth info. I don't remember. Server proxy URL, certificate authority. You know, for my purposes, I'm going to go ahead and add it. I'm going to add I can always comment this out. That's why I'm doing it this way. Namespace, we got problems here. So namespace, cluster, credentials, token is token. That's not hard. Is it user? I don't know if it's user. I think it might actually be user. Okay, config, set context. User. User for the context entry in kubeconfig. User fraud. No context is said. Fine. Prod. Get context. Uh-oh. How about cluster? Do 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 do. I mean, nice. All right, so main will be the set credentials, cluster namespace user. I'm gonna make this default for now. I'll change that back later. Yeah, and then namespace clusters first. user. Yep. Namespace. Okay, login. Okay, config get context. Nice. It doesn't set the current context though. Okay, get clusters. Prod. Get users. Inf and prod. Okay, get pods. Oh. Localhost 80. Uh-oh. The server didn't get updated. Okay, config get server no cluster. What? Get cluster prod. Clusters. What the hell? It's right there. Oh, current context is empty. Mm-hmm. You know what? Let's do that too. Uh-huh. Use context. There you go. There you go. There we go. Okay, get pods. Yay! That's what we want. That is working. And then over here, we need to do... This is the binding thing that I need to add, actually. We should probably start to send this to the start thing. We should do this. We should say OIDC. Quite a few steps here, so. All right, so we need to do this. We need to say a kubectl what I don't know is if I have a context over here after this is done. Let's go see what context look like over here. I have no idea. Config get context. Oh damn! It sets them all up. Sweet. I don't have to do any of that then. So I could say, oh damn, this is so cool. Okay, so it already has the name set. Sweet, 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 sweet. So I can do kubectl. I guess config is context I, and then kubectl add create. I'm gonna have to go look it up. I'm sorry, I'm not good enough to remember it. There we go. Create cluster role binding. That part I knew. And OIDC cluster admin, which is just a thing. And then we're going to make cluster equals cluster admin. And we're going to make the name match my name because that's the user I've been using. That could probably be some, set up here somewhere. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of a customization. I mean, I feel like let's do that. Let's just say user equals artifact Rob. Yep. Okay, so that should pop them all up. There we go. This should actually work now. Yep. There we go. And on top of that, let's uncomment that other stuff we did. I got to make sure not to lose these. I got to back them up. All right, so, but check it. So I can do K. See, I didn't log into the other one though. So I have to do what? K, login dev. RVX Rob. Oh shit. They get the wrong IP in there? What did I do wrong? It didn't like that. Realms dev. Is it named Realms dev? Where's dev? Maybe I didn't make a user. Oh, I do have a user. Okay. User, credentials, my password. My password. Reset password. Temporary. Oh, that's why. I made it a temporary password. Yeah, that's probably it. Boom. Okay, get pods. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. It's all working now. Log in. Default to prod. RV. Prod. Okay, get pods. There's prod. Let's log in. K, log in to inf cluster. RX Rob. Password. Boom. And I logged in all three different clusters. And look at how beautiful my kube config is. It's glorious. It's glorious. It's got my clusters updated. It's got my cert authority, which is temporary. And it's got my context automatically in here. 3 nice pretty tokens. And there's no bullshit refresh token access URL, all that refresh tokens, access tokens, all that stuff's gone. And the dashboards work. Time to play. Time to play. That is a massive success as far as I'm concerned. I am done. And the thing that I find so fascinating about this task is how little code I had to write. I had to do a lot of setup and testing to realize how simple the code actually is. The code is not complicated. The amount of code that's in our existing Klogin program is ridiculous. It's ridiculously unnecessary. Just use kubectl and do the updates this way, and you're good to go. So I can't overstate it. I mean, I didn't even put a lot of stuff in the internal library. There's not even that much stuff there. So, I mean, the fact that we use the OIDC provider to grab the URLs saved us a ton of time. The fact that we threw out the OAuth library entirely and just did HTTP requests directly against the issuer URL saved us a ton of extra code. We didn't have to do a bunch of shit. And the fact that we threw out the need to document anything. There's nothing to document here. This is just a fucking plugin. All it does is log in. It has one argument. What do you want to log into? The end. There's not even any need to document this thing. I should probably add a -h, but I really don't even need that. I really don't. I don't need it. And then the information that I need to tell our end users is download this binary, put it in your path. You're done. Do you know what I mean? That's it. And then they just need to use to see which ones that they want to log into. Right now, if they enter it by default, it'll log them into their only server. So I don't even need to document the other hidden login domains, because these are used by administrators. So that's kind of like need to know information, right? I don't need to blab that in the helps file. I just need to say, have them log in, and if they actually know to put dev or inf on the end of it, that to log into those additional clusters. This is so perfect. This is the simplest possible way to provide a login for your end users. And all they have to do is klogin. Boom. It'll prompt it for their username every time. You can put that information wherever you want. In my particular case, we're going to have to tell them what type of information to put there. As a fun exercise, I will be supplementing the grant OIDC password function with another one that actually uses the traditional three-legged auth flow that uses a web thing. We're going to add that as well. I'm going to also add that. The problem with that is that version needs a web endpoint, and we're going to have to create a web endpoint to simulate that, because it has to redirect to something. And so we would have to make a web page that does the redirection. Either that, or we would have to create a local, do the localhost thing, which is what kubelogin does. And if it's good enough for kubelogin, probably good enough for me. I've definitely done that in other places. So yeah, get pods. I mean, I love that the output is the same output that they would have if they had actually executed those commands. Get pods -a, and it logs them in. It actually will run a dashboard. I'm going to prove that right now. I'm going to run the proxy dashboard. So actually, do we have a dashboard command? No. Let's just do kubeproxy. And then we just need the dashboard URL, which I don't remember. That's actually over here, though. Dashboard. There it is. So there it is. Oh, Kubernetes dashboard not found. Oh, right. We have to install it. Yeah. That reminds me. I need to add that to my login. To my... what do I want to say? I need to add that to over, is this someone? Where's my, oh, here, yeah. To our start OADC minikube. We need to add a thing over here. So And then we have, then we need one last thing. What was the last thing we were going to do? We were going to do, we're going to start the dashboard. We need to do the install the dashboard. I don't remember the command. I don't. Actually, Minikube, I think Minikube puts a dashboard in there for you. Yeah. Enabling dashboard. Launching proxy, verifying proxy health. Some dashboard features, user metrics. Yeah, there it is. I don't know if you can access this actually at this IP or not. I hope you can though. I don't think you can. Man, that would be so cool if you could though. I think it only puts it on the VM network, which is this, which is not port forwarded. I don't think it's port forwarded. So, curl, oh damn, that's not what I wanted. Shit. What the hell is happening? I don't think. Proxy. Fail to connect. Oh, right. What server is it? What server's prod? I don't know. Is it the first one? Oh, I guess not. Which one did I do? Prod? Which prod? All right, let's do Minikube profile list. So we were doing prod, so that's 3976. Oh, that's why. What did it randomize the port to? It did 494599. Nope. No pass through. Nope. Oh, well, it would help if I typed the fucking IP right. Sorry for the swear word. Seconds connection refused. 494599. 4599192166839. So it's not. It's only local. It's only localizing for 599. I'd have to create a port forwarder or something, which I could do, but I wish I could get the dashboard to run on something else. I wonder if it has options to do that. URL equals false. Display dashboard URL instead of opening a browser. Well, Minikube dashboard. Yeah, we don't really need a dashboard. We can actually just install the dashboard without using Minikube. Yeah, I just need to figure out how to do that. Actually, yeah, let me just go ahead and get the dashboard install script. I have it somewhere. I don't know why people use dashboard. I don't. But I kind of want to get it to port forward. I think that would be the ideal. There we go. There's the raw dashboard installer. That's what I wanted. And do, 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 do. Yeah. I don't know if that's the latest though. That doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Damn it. Do 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 do. Or true. Well, that was fast. Huh. What the hell? What did I do wrong? Did I do something wrong? Probably. I should really not do that here. Done. I should, yeah. Unchanged, unchanged, unchanged. Now, I don't remember the dashboard URLs, so that's the harder part. Here we go. I think it's just the regular URL, right? There's no ingress. I think it's client sent HTTP request. Oh. Oh, shit. I'm going to have to do the CA thing. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I didn't think I was going to have a problem with that. Yep, failure. Dashboard has been forbidden. Oh, we have to set up a proxy. I'm so stupid. I can't believe I forgot that part. I forgot that part. Okay, proxy. That's what I wanted. And then, I don't need that. That's what we want. Okay. Dashboard. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Failure unauthorized. Start serving 801. Huh. I must not be logged in. There we go. There it is. Dashboard is there. Now I just need to pour forward that shit. Yeah, because I can't see it from anywhere else. Yeah. I wonder if I could probably proxy that. I wonder. Yeah. kubectl. See, if I put that login binary on my Windows machine, I should be able to log into those servers from my Windows machine. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Give it to me, baby. Boop, 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 boop. Give it to me, baby. Fancy list of clusters? No. I'm not. I was going to, but no. I think that's a great idea if you get a lot of clusters, but I don't. I have 3 clusters, and most people only need to know about the one that's the default. So the others are going to be Easter eggs. Inf and dev are going to be Easter eggs. And that's my specific case. I would definitely make a huge list of them or something like that. I'd actually pull them off of a web server if I could do it that way. That's the way I would prefer to do it. I'm sure you understand that. Yeah, let's do this. Let's say, damn, I think I can log in. I have to build this for all. This is cool because I think I just figured out. Yeah, we need to build this for everything. I need to actually make a distro of this. So yeah. User kubectl login. If I put it in shared, do we still have shared mounted? This is cool. Because my minikube on HTTP, it's forwarding to 192. So in fact, let's test that. Let's test that. Let's do I have curl on here? Right, so this is, I'm on Windows, right? So curl, what was my IP here? SSH minikube profile list. So there we go. So let's try dev. Let's try to go to this. Let's try to go to that from Windows. Curl. Oops. There we go. Windows. Curl. Blah, 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 HTTPS. Because this is supposed to be. I'm probably going to need to provide the CA. I am going to need to provide the CA. Because, yeah. What port is it on? Is it listening on? Did I say? A443. Okay. This is the. Damn. 192. It must be blocked. Dash L. I don't know. I can't get there. There's no route to it. That's just because it's on a different subnet. It's on the 168.1 network, and I don't have any routes on this Windows machine to get there. No. Page Miss, how are you? I mean, that's normal, but what's kind of cool, actually, though, is that this is simulate running clusters on completely different subnets. If I change my stupid router's DNS to not be a /24 CIDR mask, I could make all of this work by having these things talk to each other. But they can't talk to each other. They can talk to each other on the same KVM system because the virtual network on the 192 network can see each other. But that's because they're not conflicting with the base 192.168.1, which means they'd be smashing into all the stuff that's on my current home network. This is a side effect of actually one of the reasons I don't like that they use the 192.168 class B for this stuff is that very purpose, is I can't cut it up because the stuff's going to smash into it. It's the reason I picked an internal 198 address for all of my internet stuff so that I knew what I'm dealing with. TCP, yeah. Yeah, I mean, to a degree, you got to know how it works, how routing works, stuff like that. For sure. I mean, this is a good example, right? I'm not a network admin, but I can't get to my dashboards because I don't know what's going on with the routing. And it's because even though they're both 192.168 addresses, they're on different subnets with different subnet masks. And if you don't understand that statement, you can't be a cloud admin. It's impossible. And that's pretty remedial, understanding, what a mask is and how it applies. And even if you're not making them all the time and you're not setting up your own networks, you should know that. It's actually another reason, I think, that you should start playing with your own home lab. And then you can have multiple virtual machines. You can put them all on different subnet masks and practice, setting up VLANs on if you've got a smart router, and stuff. And so you can learn enough about, networking to debug problems. And Kubernetes is very network intensive. People don't think it is, but it really is. I mean, we're talking about an application that it runs its own internal DNS settings and manages DNS port forwarding and IP addressing and mapping and routes and everything internally, so that when you're trying to debug a pod, which is multiple containers in the same address space, you need to know what that means. So you cannot administer Kubernetes without knowing networking. Sorry. And especially if you're using HostMap. So I just found out about Calico's CNI for HostMap routing. And what that does is it uses the default IP settings for the host system for routing. So if your administrators are fucking around with your IP tables on the system, it will directly affect how the Calico CNI container network interface works for your internal routing within your cluster as well, which is a huge mouthful. But my God, did we get burned by that last month. When they were like reallocating IPs and moving subnets around and stuff like that. And it fell on us to debug it and isolate the problem with regard to networking, but we were able to provide very specific evidence that it had something to do with IP tables changes on the host OS and it wasn't a Kubernetes problem. Our Kubernetes Elasticsearch stopped working. That was the symptom. And we got looking at it, and it was still reporting health and everything. So then we got digging in, and we saw that Calico, which is the CNI, which supports networking both internally to the Kubernetes cluster as well as talking to the node ports and everything on the outside of Kubernetes, that it was not healthy. It was there. It was not reporting down. It was still reporting running, but it wasn't doing the right thing. It was throwing all kinds of errors, and so we had to reboot that, and that picked it up. But that was because the IP tables had been changed. But that instance of Calico had not been restarted, so it was still running with the old IP information, which is a super big thing, mouthful of stuff to say. And it took us, several days to figure that out. But if we hadn't had basic understanding of networking, we would have been dead. And there's no way the infrastructure people could deal with us because they were too busy dealing with their own networking issues from all the other changes of integrating GCP into our network. So, you're kind of left hanging, and you better know how to debug it. So, that's all. Focus on certification. Yeah. I've been talking about that a lot today. So at least 3 times today, I said, I repeated that how important it is for you to have a lab for you to experiment on, which is what I've been doing, right? I'm running 3 simultaneous Kubernetes clusters with my own root CA and intermediate CA in order to test running Go code that automatically updates the configuration and login information in kubectl for all 3 clusters concurrently on my lab. And this binary that I just made, I can actually pop that into my work environment and it will work. All I have to do is change out these. All I have to do is change these values. That's it. I just have to change these values. That's all I have to do. Change the values and recompile, and I can distribute a binary using JFrog or whatever. I don't know what we're going to use to give that binary to everybody who wants to log into our primary clusters. That's all. And then as long as they put it in their binary path, they can do klogin just like me here. Type in their username and password, which is their LDAP username and password. In my case, it's not because I haven't set up the LDAP to back the Keycloak stuff, which is next. I'm going to do that next week, actually. Next week, I'm going to set up. I'm going to fire up an LDAP server as a part of my sort of as a service lab as a service. That's what we should name. That's what we should name our pod. Instead of Home Lab init, we should say Home Lab as a service, because that's what it is. Home Lab as a service. What do I mean by Home Lab? This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is my home lab. There you go. There's my home lab. I mean, last time it worked, that's what it is. It's broken right now. My networking's all screwed up because this OpenSense got fried by a lightning storm. Yeah, the lightning fried it through the Cat 6 cable. It actually just fried that port too, by the way. The other ports are all good as far as I know. Strangest thing ever, man. I have never had that. I've about eliminated any other possibility, but I stayed up till 4 a.m. once after the lightning storm, and the best I can tell is that the Cat 6 cable that's running across our wall right here when our building got hit with lightning, that the lightning traveled through the Cat 6 cable and was just enough to burn out that one port. And there's no way I could have trapped that because there was no UPS to put in between that. So yeah. And this is the main machine I've been on today all day, is this HPZ 640. I've been spinning up containers and stuff on here, VMs, using Minikube. So, but I'm done talking. I'm done working on my Sunday. The good news is that I'm already, and I finished my main tasks for this week. So, I just need to copy this over to work. And one of the reasons I wanted to do it kind of on my own time as well is because I really do want to be able to just flip a switch and have a Kubernetes lab model my home lab, my work lab, just with one command. And I almost have that now. I almost have that, including login, right? So the thing that's so cool about that is that I can pull this Minikube cluster up and down. One of the things that I need to practice doing at home that we need to do in the lab is upgrading and synchronizing versions of Kubernetes between dev and infrastructure and inf. Yeah, you start learning Go? Nice. Yeah. People also dive into K8s without knowing containerization. Yeah, I did. I'm openly going to confess. 3 years ago, when I started this job, and they hired me as a Kubernetes admin. I had never written a Docker file in my life. Never. And I was under the extremely naive understanding. No kidding. I was under the extremely naive understanding that I was going to be able to get to use Kubernetes without containers. How stupid is that? I knew what containers were. I knew I had messed around a little actually with Docker Swarm and some of the guys and everybody that I was working with. I was trying to have them evaluate Kubernetes. They gave up. That Kubernetes was way too hard for them to set up. They were all wanting to do Docker Swarm, and I mean, I knew what it was. I could explain what it was and everything. I knew what containers were and everything, but I hadn't had a lot of hands-on knowledge creating containers. I specifically did not understand the difference between a container and a Kubernetes pod. So like a pod has one or more containers in it, and they are very different. They have to have a loop in them. Kubernetes pods have to have some sort of looping service in them. The first time I saw somebody put a sleep statement inside of a Kubernetes pod in order to keep the thing running, because Kubernetes is very service oriented, right? Whereas, containers are just containers. They don't necessarily need to be running a service. And that was a huge revelation. Like, for example, if you just want to do something as simple as like, Docker run or whatever to run Ubuntu Linux, you can't do that in a Kubernetes pod unless you add an extra argument to add a sleep statement to keep the main thread alive. Otherwise, there's not going to be anything else to log into. That is a huge thing for a beginner to get. Container networking Kubernetes is different. Yes, absolutely. It is. It's totally different. Yeah, Kubernetes container networking is totally different. To be fair, I still don't understand container networking. I don't. But not default networking. And then as I understand, then you got Minikube that comes in and kind of fixes things up for you by adding ingress and network routes and stuff like that. And then it's like what is actually going on, right? And that's what I've been getting hit with a lot recently. That's why I'm looking at the screen right now, because anyway, yeah, it's quite involved. Each container is different virtualization. I think, yeah, I know, and we haven't even talked about VMs and versus I mean, container providers, right? So there's different backers for Minikube, right? And each one does networking differently. So they may, they implement the CNI to be strict about it. And that's why Kubernetes had to define the container networking interface so that people could have the plug and play networking layer separate from Kubernetes itself. They had to do that because there were so many different ways they look at networking in terms of Kubernetes. Virtual machines for container. Yeah. Well, you can't have Docker without a virtual machine. You know that, right? Docker containers, Linux containers require Linux. In a more general way, it's completely accurate to say that containers require Linux. Whether you're on a Mac or a Windows machine, you cannot run containers without Linux. You don't know it, but when you're running, Podman, Docker Desktop, whatever, you're running Linux. It's just a super tiny version. They're both using QEMU, which is an emulator. That's how Mac gets away with running on different hardware, even different chipsets like the ARM stuff. They had to use QEMU for that. QEMU to the rescue, man. QEMU really, really saved containers on Mac. It really did. Because if they hadn't done that, the only backers for Minikube and Kubernetes and stuff and all of that and Docker would have been like virtual machine, VMware and VMware VirtualBox, and they both said that they weren't going to support ARM. And then VMware said they would do ARM, and they supported it. And so if you wanted to do Minikube or any of that, you had to back it that way to run Linux on there. But then you would have to use that as your engine to run, to run Podman install or whatever. But that was kind of a heavy way. Podman Desktop and Docker Desktop couldn't do their thing because they had to depend on whether VMware VirtualBox was installed. So they both said, no, we're going to use QEMU. And they used QEMU and KVM, and they were able to not have a dependency on a specific proprietary vendor. So that's where they went with it. Was the tomato? The tomato is supposed to be when I take breaks. Pick container IP from the host in the Mac because the Mac not working. Damn. I probably just ICMP is probably blocked too. It says container network Azure host and the IP will be attached to this. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Yeah, lots of stuff going on there. I'm gonna go eat some food and come back and actually I'm probably gonna be done for the night. I'm super happy. I still don't know if I have the day off tomorrow. Tomorrow's Juneteenth, and I think I might have it off. Either way, I'm going to be here programming. I have finished my major tasks for the day, so I'm actually going to copy this code over to my lab so I don't lose it. Don't want to lose it. Yeah. So let's do that. Let's do this. Do. Let's allocate dashboard onto each. Yeah. Networking. It's not good for network development. Well, Linux is good for that anyway, right? So that's the only file. I really don't want to delete it. I am being very careful here. So wait, copy start to shared and SCP home, whatever the hell, shared start to here. Start under OIDC QEQ. All right, that one's here. Start key cloak is the same. That did not change. Keylogin stuff I need to move over though. There's a lot of stuff here. So, I mean, this is I'm a little worried about. I might have to just tar this thing up actually. Update qconfig. I don't need any of this. This is like old busted shit. I don't need that anymore. I don't need it at all. I'm using tokens now. Yep. This can go away too. I have that already, right? Yep. This other stuff though needs to come over and trying to figure out how to do that best. I could probably just do an rsync. You want to do try an rsync? I haven't done rsyncs in a long time. Let's do that. Let's do an rsync. Rsync home. In order for me to do this, I have to copy all of it over though. Super dangerous. I just don't want to screw it up. I could do copy dash A. I don't need that. Dash A is fine, I guess. Copy dash A cube login to shared. Wait. Copy dash sudo copy dash A kubectl login into / shared. I hope it does it as a directory. I don't think it might not though. We're going to find out. Yep, it did. Good. All right. So now we can go. What's the permissions on that? Good. All right. So, I mean, I guess I could probably do an SCP. Does SCP have a -A for archive? It doesn't look like it is. I mean, I don't really need it, but it'd be nice if it did have it. It doesn't. That's probably an rsync then. I mean, let's try rsync. I need to practice rsync. rsync-a home whatever the hell / shared / kubectl login to dot broken pipe, no such file directory. Yeah, my rsync stuff is right in our Brook. I forgot how to do it. Where's the examples? There we go. AV. Wait. I think it's actually cube shared / cube login. It is. All right. It is. There we go. All righty then. That's good to know. rsync is a really great program for making mirrors when you want to do network copies. It only copies the stuff that hasn't changed. So if you're maintaining a big directory on two different places and you don't want to tar it, if you tar it up yet, you do tar the whole thing, right? rsync just grabs the things that have changed. It's really, really great. That whenever you see like a source mirror, an FTP mirror, that they use rsync for that. They rsync the directories over. So really great tool, pretty much mandatory for mirroring management stuff. All right, so then my lab is populated with, you know, the kubectl login. Start Minikube using OCI. I already done that. The other stuff here. All right, so I think I'm ready to save my source code here. Yeah, I should probably review this code. Oh man, I don't have any other dependencies. I am so happy. That makes me so happy. Go.sum. I probably don't fine with that. Internal. I don't have coverage of everything, but who cares? Yep. Turn that off for a second. Encrypting stuff in the network. SSL, yeah, for sure. Yeah. So this is good. So time to add this. So add. I don't want to lose my session and stuff. Add dot git commit. Add completed kubectl login plugin. And that's going to be it for this particular project. So I'm going to be doing lots of projects that are related to this, but this project is done. So, yep. That's it. I just have to figure out where to put the binaries and load them up at work and everything. Why would I use Copilot? So it can tell me the most popular but wrong code. I can do the same thing. I can find Copilot stuff faster than Copilot just by searching the internet from the command line. If you don't believe me, watch me. Sounds arrogant, but I don't know what else to say. All right, so that source code is saved. And we can now go get it. Anybody who wants to participate or review that lab can go to my lab directory, github.com/artofxrob/lab, and go to Kubernetes. Where is it, Kate's? Kate's Keycloak login, Klogin. Oh, I like Ansible, yeah. Sometimes I use Ansible. I do. I don't use it right now, but so here's all the notes and more importantly all of the links to everything that I've been finding along the way, and including the root CA, which I really didn't need but was useful, and the kubectl login source code, the Go code. Here's the Go code. Here's the final product. So I've hard-coded 3 simulated clusters being fired up through Minikube. And they correspond to the Minikube OIDC servers Kubernetes cluster started with this script, which fires them up. And then adds the dashboard to each one just to test the dashboard. Hands off the IP addresses. And that's it. So we have the way to start Keycloak from a single Podman image container with the root CA. We have update kubeconfig. This is an old script that doesn't, this is not used actually. I threw this away. We don't do this anymore. This is if you're going to do auth provider, and we found out that you can just provide a token and it does everything and you don't even have to screw around with auths. So that was a huge discovery. And what else? Oh, they make CSR stuff. You know, generate our keys for the certs and thing. And that's it. That's it. And this is the get token curl that I used to test everything out. This is the original owner. What's it? Resource owner password auth grant type equals password. That we used using the CA. We have one version that uses the CA as well. And the Go code was written off of that. So all stuff that a lot of other people might think was really easy. There's at least got to be one person watching this video that's like, oh my God, why didn't you just use token from the very beginning? And they would be right. They would be right. Sometimes it takes a long time to arrive at the simplest solution. That's exactly what happened to me. So that's it for me, YouTube. See you later.